Okay, hopefully this is working. I'm... Hello. Alright, good. Okay, we're going. We're live. Hi, everybody. Hello, two people that are watching now. I have been trying to get this to work for the last 45 minutes. I got Mary, my sister, to help me. She streams a lot. Um, I was having some issues trying to make certain that I could show YouTube clips and have the audio. I don't know if I got it after all. But we hopefully we'll have that. Hi, Hobbs. Hello. I do have some YouTube clips to go along with some of the stuff I found out when doing the research. It's amazing how many deleted films the animators and the artists who worked on them after so many years can upload, like their sequences and stuff. And so I found some really interesting little things. Had the stream link pulled up over like 50 minutes ago. You did? How did you have that? I couldn't even find it myself. Oh my gosh. I'm gonna give it just a
dishes out here.
Dishes. I'm live. No. My mom's in here asking for dishes. Thank you.
You're welcome.
As they know, it's a homegrown operation. So I'll just give it a few seconds just to make sure everyone has a chance to like get in. Oh my gosh, I can see all my tabs when I scroll. Since we're waiting, we'll give it like 2 or 3 minutes just to give everyone a chance. Oh, hello everybody. You schedule on your channel. To tell you the truth, this is the second stream in like 3 years, so I have forgotten how to do all this stuff. I'm terrible. But yeah. Hi everybody. I think what we'll do no, he did go outside after you guys left. I'm so sorry. My sister's looking for a cat. I know, I'm sorry. So maybe after I look. Anyway. So sorry. I finally start streaming now, everybody's in here. Anyway, so let me get my chat back up so I can see it on the left side of the screen. And I am going to go ahead and show you my notes. I have got several tabs this time. I have DreamWorks films, Warner Brothers films, Fox films, Bluth films, Sony films, Nickelodeon films, Ghibli films, miscellaneous, and then Disney's at the end. And what I was going to originally do was have a huge list of all the films and just kind of talk about them as we went. But there were just too many, and the stories were just kind of interesting. So I just separated them. And with Disney, I only got two films really deep dived, and it's going to be interesting.
Okay.
And I don't know if we'll get through them all tonight, but this is the DreamWorks tab. And what I found out first about DreamWorks was that they have more canceled projects than finished films. And what's really interesting about DreamWorks films is that so many of them are really incredibly popular, but the franchise versions of them, but they will just cancel them. Whenever they have any kind of management changeover, everything just gets canceled at DreamWorks. It's really interesting. Hi, Starlight. Yuru, hi! Yes, you know, and it's funny about the Ghibli films is that I wasn't able to finish doing them. In fact, let's just go there first because it's so interesting. It turns out that Hayao Miyazaki and Ghibli wanted to create a film of the manga Parasite. And the only reason it didn't happen, and it's considered a canceled film project, is because... Hi! Hi, Ichigo! Hi! Thank you for coming! We are just going to have fun and just, like, be slow about it. Because my sister, Mary, she caught strep. So I don't know if I have strep, so at any point I might lose my voice. But Parasite, the manga, of all the manga in the universe, that is the one that Miyazaki really wanted to do. And they couldn't get it because New Line Cinema was holding the rights at the time. So they just didn't get to do that one. And I don't know what to say about that. That's not the one I would have picked for Ghibli to want to do. They also, Miyazaki wanted to do Ponyo 2, the sequel. And the people who worked at the studio with him, it looks here, producer Toshio Suzuki, did not want him to do this. Parasite really wouldn't have thought that'd be what he wanted. I know, that's just not, this just doesn't feel like what I would think he would do. Ponyo 2 is what Miyazaki actually wanted to do. But he was convinced to do, oh gosh, the plane one. What's that one called? I gotta look it up. Great Stream. The Wind Rises. They convinced him to do The Wind Rises instead, which he did do. That's good. But I really, really wish he could have done Ponyo 2. I think it would have been great. Also, there was a lot of talk about Porco Rosso getting a sequel. For the last 10 years, I've been hearing about it, but I found out that it's considered a canceled film. Around 2010, there started to be plans for a sequel to Porco Rosso, titled Porco Rosso: The Last Sortie, that would have been set in the Spanish Civil War and would have been directed by Hiromasa Yonebayashi. I'm sorry, I'm probably murdering that name. And written by Miyazaki. However, these plans never came to fruition and seemingly stuck in development hell. It was never actually in production in the first place. Miyazaki stated in an original interview that doing the story was simply a hobby of his, never saying anything about it being made into a film. The claim that Hiromasa would be directing it is also false, as it comes from a profile of him on The Guardian with no sources to back up the info. Miyazaki had expressed interest in and played around with the concept of a sequel. It was never meant to be anything more than a concept. I actually think this is false, because I remember hearing about this for so long. I know there were plans to do it. So this sounds to me like, like, oh no, we were never going to do it. It's kind of an interesting story. This was my father's, like, favorite film, Porco Rosso. It's just such an interesting story, and it's told in such a soft way. My dad really wanted to see the sequel, so it's kind of sad that they never really planned to do it according to what they're saying here. Very special movie to me, The Wind Rises, as it was the first movie I watched with Emily in person. Oh, that's so cool. I have never been able to see a Ghibli film in the theater. They just don't put them in theaters in the Kansas, I suppose. We are going to see the Spirited Away play in theaters this month. And we're very excited about that. I can't believe it came to our theater, so I'll have to tell you about that, how that turns out. I wonder if they were afraid it wasn't good enough. I do wonder about that. It's kind of interesting. I don't have pictures of it, but let me see if I can. If I do this, will this show up on stream? Let me see. Yes. Okay, so I do know that Hayao Miyazaki wanted to make Pippi Longstocking. And I was looking into showing more of this, but I couldn't find the information I wanted to find. So I didn't put it in my notes, but I'll just talk about it now. Miyazaki loves Pippi Longstocking, Hayao, and he really, really wanted to create a film for it. And I believe this was when he was branching away from the films that were paid for by the Japanese government. In the 70s, the Japanese government had this whole initiative for children's quality programming. And studios, like the ones that Ghibli was working at, were contracted to make a bunch of these really nice, high-quality TV shows for kids based off of classic literature. Which is why the Ghibli, Anna Green Gables, that's where that comes from. So I don't know if you've probably everyone's seen this, but the Anne of Green Gables series is really wonderfully animated. I've never actually been able to find the whole thing. I guess I should try again. Someone's got to have them up now. Really, really pretty, really, really sweet, and I believe this is what started off the Japanese people's love for Anne of Green Gables, and they love this, and they love the 1980s Megan Fox version, the live action version of this show. So if you go to Prince Edward Island, where they have a bunch of like Anne of Green Gable exhibits, there's always large groups of Japanese people going there because they absolutely adore the story, and I believe it's because of Ghibli making this. This was way 1979, I guess. Just really nice. I did not know there was a Blu-ray, so that's something to look up. Spirited Away is one of my favorite movies. It's such an interesting film, and it's just unparalleled in like the different the different things they were doing. The way like they draw the bathhouse is so beautiful and so good. But anyway, so these were contracted by the Japanese government, and what I think happened is he really liked making these stories, these classic literature stories that kids were already familiar with, and generations of people were familiar with. And what he really wanted to do next was a film based off of Pippi Longstocking. Now, here's the funny thing about that. The woman who wrote Pippi Longstocking, I gotta look her up, her name. Pippi Longstocking. What was her name? Pippi Longstocking author. Astrid Lindgren. So Astrid Lindgren was sent these sketches by Ghibli in a production Bible, basically a big book that showed what kind of story they wanted to tell, the script they were going with, how they would draw the characters. Just this big, awesome book that had all this in it. And I just found out the book has been published. This is the cover in Japanese. I'm going to try and find it for myself because it looks beautiful. But she was sent this huge Bible of what they wanted to do, and she immediately turned it down. And she didn't turn it down because she didn't like it. She turned it down because Hayao Miyazaki sent it to her. She does not like Hayao Miyazaki, and in fact holds a grudge against Hayao Miyazaki. She hates him, and at least she hated him. I think she may have passed on. Let me see. Yeah, she died in 2002. She hated him, and the reason why is because of the Moomins. The Moomins. And if you don't know what Moomins are, Moomins are a kind of troll-like creature. These are them. That this other Swedish author created from the 1930s on. Very, very, very popular story. With they're like little trolls, and they have these little wood elf friends. Like this is Snufkin, and they live in Moomin Valley. And there's been like 3 or 4 different series based off of the stories. And they were storybooks, and they were also comics. She did like a serialized newspaper comic of these guys for like 35 years. Extraordinarily popular, very well liked, and one of the very first series that was done for these guys was done by Ghibli, and directed by Hayao Miyazaki. And the original Ghibli version of the series, and this was done like I believe in the early 60s. It was like a long time ago. Oh my gosh. Hayao Miyazaki did not really understand or like these characters, and so when he made his series, here it is. He created all kinds of weird scenarios where the characters were using guns and hitting each other, like this type of thing here. This moment here where he's hitting this character, because he just created his own stories using the characters as a backdrop. And the author of this hated it. she disliked it so much, and there was nothing she could do at that point because she already signed the contracts and allowed them to do what they wanted with the store with the characters. But she was this woman who created the Moomin series. Oh, I should know her name too. Moomin author. Tove Jansson. Tove Jansson. She couldn't do anything about it, but she was best friends with the woman who, Avid, the woman who wrote Pippi Longstocking. And so she knew all about what Ghibli had done with these characters. And so when Hayao Miyazaki sent her the sketches to create to make Pippi Longstocking, she told him in no uncertain terms to never contact her again because she knew what he was capable of doing. And what's funny is he would never have done that with Pippi Longstocking. He knew Pippi Longstocking. He liked Pippi Longstocking. He was going to treat her with reverence. But because of what he did with the Moomins, Avid did not trust him. And that is why there is no Pippi Longstocking Ghibli film. Moomins plus violence honestly sounds like what us Americans would do. Yeah, he was an early American adapter. And I had to do a bunch of research on this to figure out what had happened because I couldn't understand why she wouldn't let him work on it. I know that the woman who makes Earthsea or created Earthsea was very disappointed in the Tales of Earthsea Ghibli film that came out, but we all know that that was mostly due to Hayao's son Goro and Hayao having like this terrible working relationship, and it all came out in the film. Hayao Miyazaki is a total control freak. He would wait for Goro to be finished with the day's work, and he would go in and change it and direct the animators himself without telling Goro. So Goro would come back to a sequence he had already directed, and it would be completely different because his father had done stuff without talking to him first. Which is why Goro included the scene in the beginning where the main character kills his father. What, James? Was it? What? Violently, yes, violently kills his father. So, like, there's interesting stuff in there. I actually think this is so funny. As someone who watched Earthsea, yeah, you can feel it. Yes, like it's palpable. It's physically there. It's hard to watch that film. But very interesting how something that was done so long ago. Like I don't think the Moomin series is included in any Ghibli like list of films. Like you know what I mean? Like I actually didn't know that there was a series of Moomin from 1969. I thought the only one that was made in the late 70s, early 80s. I knew there was one in the 90s, and then the most recent one, which is CGI. But I never hear anyone talk about this one. So I guess it wasn't liked very much by anybody. But yeah, so that's a interesting canceled film project that has a kind of strange reason for not existing. And it's too bad because this would have been such a cute film. Oh my gosh. These just look adorable. I think technically... Hello, Winks! I think technically it's because it wasn't Studio Ghibli yet. That could be so. That could be so. And there must be other projects that Ghibli worked on, or Miyazaki worked on, that we just don't know about because it was before the studio branded, and he was working for other studios. But it is a shame because I think a Pippi Longstocking. I remember being a kid, and we would rent these really odd VHS live action Pippi Longstocking films at our local grocery store. And I used to watch those all the time. I They are very strange though, very strange. I think it would be much better served as an animated film. I think Ghibli proper wasn't created until 1985. That's interesting. You know, it's kind of strange. I've never actually looked that up. So yeah, kind of interesting where the studio is headed now. I know that Miyazaki is working on another film, so we'll have to wait and see what happens there. So that's the really interesting Ghibli film cancellation that I know about. All right, so I did look in. So DreamWorks films, there's some really interesting ones in here. At the very top, there were plans for a sequel to Ants, but the allegations against Woody Allen killed that. They didn't want to work with him again, and it turned out Woody Allen hated doing voice work, so he did not want to do it. He refused to go to the studio to film any of his voice lines for Ants. Apparently, he would only film them in his own house and send them in. So you can tell, like, of Woody Allen, no matter what you think of the allegations, sounds like he's pretty horrible to work with in any case. Madagascar 4, apparently it was in production for a while. It was going to be the last one of the franchise. However, production was halted when Anne Globe stated that it was too late to tell. Despite work being done, the film was removed from its May 18th, 2018 release date schedule. The plot would start to probably the plot would focus around Alex, Marty, Melman, Gloria, and the rest of the gang learning that they all belong in different places and searching for their own destinies in the final and emotional installment of this saga. Actually, I think the movie ended perfectly with Madagascar 3, so I'm kind of glad they didn't go farther. I really don't think there's anywhere else to go with that film. There was going to be a Monsters vs. Aliens 2, and I didn't put it here, but Megamind 2, and both of these films were canceled because they did not do well internationally. Rise of the Guardians 2 is another example of a DreamWorks film that just they had in the works, but decided to drop when the first movie didn't do well. This is the first DreamWorks film, canceled film that's really interesting. This is Boo, the Bureau of Otherworldly Operations, and this looks like it would have been a very interesting story. It looks like it's a ghost story, and I'm not sure what the plot was. Oh yeah, wasn't Megamind planned to be at least a trilogy? I think so. I think they were going to do something a lot like the three Superman films and kind of like follow them. I'm not sure. I do know that Netflix has revived Megamind. I don't know what's going to happen with that, but I'm kind of happy about it. I would love to see a new Megamind, maybe in the same style of Puss in Boots, that very rushed style that they're doing now. I think that'd be great. The Bureau of Otherworldly Operations is the title of an American computer animated supernatural action comedy film made by DreamWorks Animation, based on an original idea and directed by Tony Leondis. Tom Wheeler was said to have been writing the script. The film would have starred Seth Rogen, Matt Bomer, Melissa McCarthy, Bill Murray, Octavia Spencer, Rashida Jones, and Jennifer Coolidge. It would have been released in 2015. Hi, Toasty! It says it was canceled in 2015 when DreamWorks announced the closing of the Pacific Data Images (PDI), which that was their animation studio. That was the big building where the people would go. That's where the animators lived and worked. And now it's mostly freelance contract work. They laid off over 500 artists. As a result, the Bureau of Otherworldly Operations have been dropped entirely from the production slate of the studio and pushed to in development status. China may not have released the film anyway because it contained ghosts and supernatural elements which are not allowed in their country. There's an idea that maybe DreamWorks Animation wanted to avoid competition with Disney's Pixar's Inside Out, but I don't believe that because DreamWorks has never walked away from a fight with Disney. Rise of the Guardians, Turbo, Mr. Peabody and Sherman, and Penguins of Madagascar, four other animation films from DreamWorks, underperformed at the box office, despite receiving positive reviews. Now, this film got ditched when DreamWorks was sold to their new company. Hi, Toasty! Looks so fun. Yeah. And the worst part about Boo is that it was 90% done. All of the voice acting had been recorded. A lot of the animation was finished. It was ready to go, and they just had to cancel it. It is amazing how far they were on this film when they decided that it just wasn't plausible to keep it going. I heard about this film years ago, but I did not realize until doing research for this stream that it was actually so far completed. And it really seems like a shame, but the new buyers, people who own DreamWorks now, they just don't want to deal with it. So it's just gone. And this here, the Larkins, this is another DreamWorks film that is actually done. This film was absolutely completed, ready to be released when the DreamWorks merger happened, when they were bought. But they were bought. Let's see. Larkins is a canceled animated film from DreamWorks Animation, directed by Tim Minchin and Alessandro Carloni. Um, it was originally set to be released February 16th, 2018, before its cancellation was announced on March 5th, 2017. Had it been released, it would have been the first DreamWorks Animation film to be distributed by Universal Pictures. And it was going to be the first DreamWorks musical for like 6 or 7 years. Hugh Jackman plays this kangaroo character, and it's kind of a fantasy film set in Australia. This character here, he was going to be on some kind of a quest. So, like, even though it's like animals and it is the outback, and they are more like animals instead of like human slash furry type characters, it was a fantasy film. There was going to be all kinds of quests going on, and this character was going to be fighting some evil. According to sources, Larkins, it just wasn't working out. Sorry. Let's go through the plot. When uptight Bilby named Perry gets kicked out of the sheltered life of his fellow burrow, he ventures out and finds himself launched on a musical adventure across the mystical Australian outback. On the way, he must battle an evil army of monsters known as the Savalial. Oh gosh, I am not sure. Saivalionialas, or the Saivas for short, and win the heart of his one true love. So, according to sources, it just wasn't working out creatively. This is why it was cancelled. On March 5th, 2020, Tim Minchin opened up about the true reason behind the film's cancellation while chatting to Richard Herring on his podcast, saying that after Universal acquired DreamWorks Animation, they canceled the film and used it as a write-off on their taxes, since they had no faith in its performing as well as their more established intellectual properties. So the film was shelved, and it's totally done. It's ready to be shown. DreamWorks Animation released a short film called Bilby, which features some characters from the canceled film. The film would have served as an inspiration for Netflix's December 2021 Australian American animated film called Back to the Outback, which Mitchin and Cripps were also involved in. So they took their idea and they went to Netflix and they made another film kind of based off of it. It would have been DreamWorks' third musical, the two others being The Road to El Dorado and Trolls. And this sounds like it would have had original songs as well, so that means that there's music out there that you'll never hear that was recorded by Hugh Jackman amongst others. Bruh, just post anyway, earn money. It's literally done, free money. Yes, okay, so they actually talk about here that in March 2020, it was revealed that studios like Animal Logic and Netflix were interested in buying the rights to the film in order to revive production, but Universal made it completely non-viable for purchase to avoid looking foolish had Larkins gone on to make money. So basically, they'd rather sit on it and not make money than get over their ego. On December 21st, 2018, Bilby, this was the short film, was uploaded to DreamWorks' official YouTube channel but was deleted sometime afterward, likely due to copyright. However, it was released as a bonus feature on the Blu release of How to Train Your Dragons: The Hidden World. Margot Robbie was a dingo, so like one of these characters is Margot Robbie, and oh my gosh, I would love to hear her voice in an animated character. There's just so much about this film that it's just so sad that it doesn't exist. Hugh Jackman was the kangaroo. Naomi Watts was a character in Dorset. Sorry about that. Don't mean to like touch that mic so much. But it's just the fact that these characters... there's a film out there sitting in someone's closet and it looks like it would have been amazing. So that's kind of a theme for DreamWorks films. Almost done and canceled. This is another one that was announced, but everyone just completely forgot about. They announced in 2011 that they were going to be doing a film based off of a 1970s kids property called Lidsville, which looks to be like puppets of people wearing hats. I've never seen this, and it looks utterly weird. It just looks very strange to me. And the only reason I could find for why it was canceled, they went in a strange direction and it just didn't work. Imagine if some employee released it. I know, I would love that. I'm going to show I've got some clips from some of these films where entire sequences of storyboards with music have been dropped onto YouTube because the appropriate time has passed and they're able to do it to show off their portfolios. And some of these films just look amazing. Okay, the next film in the DreamWorks I have there, brace yourself, because this canceled film project is actually one of the projects where it was canceled and then turned into a different film. A Strange Direction. Yeah, this looks pretty strange starting out, so I don't know how much stranger it could get. But that's an interesting reason to describe why something was canceled. Right? I really wonder about this project. Of all the canceled film projects, I would love to see some storyboards from this just to figure out what the heck they were doing. Alright, so the next film, Schindler's Horse.
What?
Yes, that's James in the background, my brother. I am. That's okay. You're fine. Really, you're fine. Schindler's Horse, and I'm not joking. Based off of Schindler's List, it was going to be. And this is the film that eventually turned into Spirit Horse of the Cimarron. How do I say that?
Cimarron.
Cimarron. Thank you. Spirit Horse of the Cimarron. But it was originally conceived as a war horse story. Called Schindler's Horse, and it was going to be directed by Robert Redford, so you know it was serious.
You know, for kids.
For kids! Well, yeah. Synopsis. I'm looking at the chat. No, what? Why? I actually had to look this up to make sure this was real, because I cannot believe that anyone thought this was a good idea. But, a Mustang horse descending through the stages of horse hell, continually escaping and being recaptured, each time ending up somewhere worse. The human world was to be a disorienting nightmare for the wild horse, culminating him into trouble. And he would eventually end up in a cruel and dark mine, sentenced to work until he died, without ever seeing the light of day again. For kids! One last escape would land him in the middle of a forest fire where a frontiersman would help him, the first human to treat him with kindness, and the first human to be allowed on his back. Why it was canceled? I mean, obviously, why was ultimately the story was judged to simply be too painful to watch. Yeah, often compared to Black Beauty, as the original version of the film would have been as dark and heartrending as Schindler's List, which is what the film was named after. Results. A similar film called Spirit Stallion of the Cimarron was released on May 24th, 2002. It appeared to be the early version of this film and was dumbed down as a more kid-friendly and less intense, while still including several real-life horse aspects of life. Schindler's Horse was permanently cancelled. And, I don't know. But looking at this artwork, a lot of this I can recognize as sequences kind of from Spirit of the Cimarron. But, they named it after Schindler's List. I mean, and I look at this image here, and my first thought was, are those, smoke plumes from gas chamber? You know what I mean? I don't know. At least this one makes sense. Yeah, at least this one makes sense. Why would you cancel this film? I don't know. Maybe because we were traumatized just thinking it up. This is trauma porn. That's what this story is. And I really have to wonder, why would you do this? Gorgeous but depressing. Yes. It's really good. I actually rewatched some of Spirit of the Cimarron just to see, and it's such a better film than this would have been. Man, I don't even know. I don't know what they were doing. So yes, okay, so from there we go on to DreamWorks' most amazing canceled film. This is another film that was very much almost done when DreamWorks was sold off. And it was caught in development pause until eventually just being canceled. And this film is gorgeous and really should have been done. It was a Bollywood film, a Bollywood musical featuring two monkeys. And it was based off of the Indian story, a fairy tale story of Ramayana. And it looks like it would have been just downright gorgeous. Except it was going to be seen from these two monkeys, and they were brothers, and one was an adult and one was like a kid. Like they, oh my gosh, look at this, look at this guy. He is so cute. They had these really cool character designs released. These are all finally being released because the people who worked on them, enough time has passed so that they can release it without being in trouble. And recently, doing research for this, I found video from the film, clips of the sequences, some early animation that would have shown what it looked like, and I just think, why, why did they? This looks amazing, and a large portion of this is completely done. It's just needs final rendering, and it's ready to go. They would have had all the Bollywood-esque dancing. They had original songs. Um, oh, it's just so cute. It's just so cute. I cannot believe they did not do this. Look at her tail's pink at the end. Oh my gosh, it's so cute. So it says, in January 2011, it was announced that DreamWorks was fast-tracking a Bollywood-styled musical adaptation of the Ramayana, but told through the point of view of its monkeys. It would have followed two common monkeys who became unlikely heroes in a last-ditch effort to stop an ancient, thought-to-be mythical demon from conquering the world. Steven Schwartz and R.A. Rahman were attached to compose the songs and score. The project underwent a series of working titles: The Monkeys of Bollywood, Monkeys of Mumbai, The Mumbai Musical, and Bollywood Superstar Monkey. DreamWorks Animation Chief Creative Officer Bill Damask said, "To reunite with Steven Schwartz and work with such a celebrated team of artists at DreamWorks Animation's first CG animated feature musical project is incredibly exciting." Excuse me. Together we will create a movie that is full of magic, fantasy, adventure, comedy, and emotion, in which inspiring songs and dances will delight audiences everywhere. It was revealed that DreamWorks quietly cancelled the film in an interview with Den of Geeks UK, stating, "It came very close. We were just going into production. We were just starting animation." No, from what I've heard, they actually were a lot farther along than just starting production, and that they just can't release it. I've working on it for 2.5 years. All the songs were written. Steven Schwartz and Ari Rahman. We were just ready to start. I have to say that it's one of the great disappointments of my film career not seeing that one move forward. It had nothing to do with the movie and everything to do with the politics of selling the studio. 7 of us, I think, lost movies at that moment in time, with the studio having written it off as their taxes. It means the only way to get it back would be to invest that kind of money again, and it's tens of millions of dollars. I tried. I really tried. Steven Schwartz and I took it around town, but when the price tag was revealed, everyone gasped. Ultimately, we couldn't find a buyer. Oh, it's just sad. If you sell it and then just ask for some percentage fee, you get extra free money. Yeah, this one's really sad. I would have loved to have seen this film. And in fact, I do have, where's Streamlabs? I have to click the button. Mary helped me so much on this. So over here, I have a little bit of the film. That's the scene storyboard. I actually have, wait. Mumbai, I guess I didn't put it in my thing. Aha, here's a clip compilation. Now, I'm not sure if the audio will work or not. Let me know if you can hear the audio. There's no audio in the beginning, though. So these are just bits and pieces of some of the finished work. It just looks adorable. And it actually, honestly, to me, looks a lot like the Puss in Boots. Alright, I'm pausing it here to ask if you can hear the audio. Like, because I don't know if you can. Tell me, can you hear it? Could you hear those clips? Audio doesn't seem working. Oh, alright. I don't know what to do, but it's not much. I'm just going to mute it for myself so I can't hear it either. But as you can see, this, I don't know if you know about the Ramayana. And I myself, it's been a while since I last read it. But this character here is the bad guy, obviously. And in the original storyline, he wants, desires, or falls in love with the girl, the wife of the hero, who is a blue-skinned god. And he kidnaps this woman, and then it's the whole story is like rescuing her with all of his friends, and it's about how she refuses to be with this guy. Like, she is so like loyal, and this guy can't seduce her or anything. It's about how great she is, and then how great her husband is, who goes to rescue her. And the idea, it's a really well known story, and I cannot remember if it's like a religious story, if in Hinduism or not, or if it's just a fairy story. I cannot remember. So I hope I'm getting it right. But their idea would have been that he wakes up in the middle of a film that is being made about this, about Ramayana, and he sees the actress girl and thinks she's Sita, and kidnaps her. And the girl monkey apparently was her pet and fellow movie star, and she gets the other monkeys to help her try and rescue this girl. Oh, look at this. This looks so good. This looks so good. This land's mythology is so complex. So many names, so many heads. Yes, it is very complex. But every time I see this stuff, I think, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. This looks so good. The designs are really cute. Like, super cute. That character is great. These things. This says Dog Demon. This is the Shruti Box Demon. Like, these look so good and so colorful. It's just so imaginative. And the fact that they had this, and it looks like a lot was done. See what I mean? Like, a lot, there was animation done, the modeling was done, the rigging was done. Like, they just had to finish it. They just had to finish it and render it, of course. There's a lot that needs to be rendered, and that is where a lot of the expense comes in. But, like, oh, it just looks so good. I'm hoping with DreamWorks where they are now, maybe they'll revisit this. I know some people love those designs. Oh, they're so good. They're so good. If they can inspire anybody, I hope that this does reach people, because it's just like, oh, look at this. Oh, this looks so good. I want to see what she's singing. There is no audio here either, regardless of whether I can play it or not. It's so and this character, holy cow, I think this is the movie director, which is really funny. I wonder if he's based on anyone that worked at DreamWorks. The other clip I have from the Monkeys of Mumbai. That'd be so complex to do. There's several thousand of these guys. I'm here. Hi! Hi! Hi, welcome! Hi, Rachel! Oh my gosh. I understand. We were just going through the DreamWorks canceled films, including this one, which would have been based on the Ramayana, which is an Indian story. And this was called The Monkeys of Mumbai, or the Mumbai Monkeys, or the Bollywood Monkeys. I don't think they quite had the title down, but the Monkeys of Mumbai, I think, is the winner. I think that would have been the best. This is such a cute idea that I will put the link to this in the chat. So if anybody wants to hear the little monkeys talk, because I can't play the audio for some reason, I'm doing something wrong. I'm gonna have to test it a little bit more. I was trying and fiddling with this for 45 minutes, and I still didn't get it. I don't know what I'm doing to make it so that you can't hear the sound, but this project really should have been done. And I'll go back to my notes real quick, so Rachel can see, because these are so cute. I just want her to be able to see what we lost out on. But like this concept art up here, these two monkey characters, they were brothers. So sweet. So cute. I really like this. And it would have told the story of it was a Bollywood film, so they would have been dancing and singing and over the top. The this villain, demon villain from thousands of years ago, wakes up while they're filming a movie based off of his own story. Excuse me. He sees the actress playing Sita, thinks it's the real one, and kidnaps her. And it's a big rescue film. This actress is a Bollywood star, and this monkey girl is her pet, who is also a movie star. And she gets the help of our heroes to go save her and defeat this evil, which they do. And it looks so adorable. And of course, they fall in love during the whole thing. Like, this movie should have been made 100%. 100% should have been made. So, those are the DreamWorks films that I could find that really interested me that had been canceled. Oh, and Rachel, just so you know, there was going before Spirit Stallion of the Cimarron, it was going to be Schindler's Horse. Yeah, Schindler's Horse. But moving on, I could honestly I couldn't find much about Warner Brothers. I did find out that they had optioned Amulet, the Kazuo Kibishi graphic novel from Scholastic. I love this story. I still have to buy the last three books. I collected them for years, and I think this could have made a really cool little movie. And it's kind of sad that they didn't do it, but they just decided, even though they optioned it, eventually the way that optioning works is that you have, after you pay the fee, you have so many years to make the film, or the rights go back to the author, and they just let those rights expire. And what I'm thinking is, like, they bought them in 2015, 20th Century Fox did. And I think what happened was, at the time, a lot of film companies were still trying to find their, like, kid version of the Lord of the Rings, if you know what I mean. Like, everybody wanted their own Narnia. And they were hoping it would be this. And I think they just didn't want to do it at the end. I also found out that although the first Lego movie did very well, the second Lego movie did not do well. And so Warner Brothers ended their relationship with the Lego franchise. And when they did that, there was another Lego movie that was being made called The Billion Brick Race. And this looks like it would have been a very fun film, and they just canceled it. Like, they just didn't want to do it anymore. And it was pretty far into production. Like, I mean, as far as, like, the development of the film was pretty much finished. They hadn't done a lot of work on it yet, as far as, like, modeling and that type of thing. I think the reason why that is, though, is because it's a Lego movie, and a Lego movie is, you know, all the characters look alike. They've already got the models. That's one nice thing about the Lego film is once you've got your model, you just have to do the hair, like the face. You know what your characters are basically going to look like. Horse hell? Yes, horse hell. I can't even believe it myself. Horse hell. A Mustang horse ascending to the stages of horse hell. Oh my gosh. If it was related to Lego Racer, it would have been so nostalgic. I believe that was what they were doing, and it was probably based off of this poster. I don't know if it's going to be a heist film or just straight up racing, but this could have been cool. It's really sad that it got canceled. Maybe someone else will take it though. I mean, like, there are lots of people who would love to work with Lego, especially after the Lego movie. Looks more like Roblox than Lego to me. That is, yeah, you're kind of right about that. Yeah, I see that for sure. Next tab is Fox Films, and the only Fox film, like Warner Brothers, this was actually a Warner Brothers film, or sorry, Amulet was optioned by 20th Century Fox, but it was previously under development under Warner Brothers. That's why I put it in the Warner Brothers one. But it's kind of also a Fox canceled film. There are a lot of films like that where Fox was like had a pie in in there. I mean, a thumb. I'm sorry, had a thumb in the pies of all these movies, and then just let them go. But the only Fox film that was all theirs that got canceled was Mouse Guard that I could find. And Mouse Guard is another film project that would have been amazing, amazing, and they canceled it. Also, while some people might laugh at, the Lego Animation Studio really did some important work for animation rendering engines, especially when it came to adding additional light and dynamic range. And you know what? I believe that 1000% because those Lego films are incredible to look at. They are just amazing and so beautiful. There's some stuff in there that they do that where they have like overexposure to light just so that a certain like character on screen looks a little bit more interesting. You know what I mean? Like if you just took a bunch of Lego bricks or Lego characters and put them in, a scene, they could look really bland really quickly. But that film does something so that it looks good all the time. The Lego movie was so great. They literally tried to animate it in a way where it could be recreated physically. I do love that. I love that so much with Legos. Yes. Has anyone read Scurry? Y'all would love that webcomic. I have read Scurry. I think that's the art in there is insane. That's the guy that is like, I'll just take my amazing art style and I'll just make it look easy. But yeah, so the thing about Mouse Guard was there is actually a really beautiful like test that was actually fully animated to show what they could do with it. I'll show you a little bit of that real quick. Going back to Mouse Guard. Here it is. This was test demo footage that was released by one of the animators who was working on it at the time. And I have it muted for myself as well since you guys can't hear it. And this was what they produced and gave to 20th Century Fox to show them, like, have an idea of what they were going for. Oh, let me see if I can make this look a little better. There we go. And it's gorgeous. It's really cool. I can see there's a lot of kit bash in here. It's just something they put together so they could show what they were going for. But it works so well. I don't think the mouse characters would have looked this strange at the end. Because the characters inside of the book are a lot different looking from this. But it gives you an idea of where they were going and what they wanted to do, telling a medieval fantasy world story instead of a current day forest with little creatures like this. It'd be insane! It was based on the comics by David Peterson. Wes Ball was a director, while Andy Serkis, Idris Elba, Samson Kayo, Thomas Brody Sangster, and Jack Whitehall were attached to star. The story was described as a fantasy epic about a group of medieval mice sworn to protect their fellow rodents from dangerous forces. In April 2019, following Disney's acquisition of 20th Century Fox, the project was canceled 2 weeks before production was to begin. Another victim to a studio being eaten up by another studio. And honestly, I think Disney should let this one continue. I think they should bring this back up because it's honestly very, very good. Man. It just makes me so sad. It makes me so sad. They added way more f-stops to the rendering techniques, getting way closer to what human eyes can actually perceive. Probably a fair amount of Quixel stuff in that. Yeah. That's so good. Every time one of these films does something like that, or they figure something out, all of a sudden films start looking so much better across the board. Except Disney films, which just look darker and weirder as they go. The mice look creepy. They do look creepy. Alright, so then I have Bluth films. And what I was surprised about was how many Bluth films have actually been canceled. Because I thought there were just 2 or 3 projects. So I like the realistic animation style it has. I do like how realistic those mice look. I just don't like their faces. I think that their faces need some work. That's the only thing. I do love the world building they did though. It's insane. All right, so Beauty and the Beast was a Bluth project that I actually wish had been made because I actually really like the character designs here. They were going to do this whole thing where there was an additional villainous character who was the actual villain. I'm guessing it was the sorceress who turned the beast into a beast. Belle was this blonde chick, and the reason why they stopped doing it was because they found out that Disney was doing their own version and they didn't want to compete. That's interesting. I think this version of Belle is so pretty, probably the prettiest of Blue's heroine designs. I wrote that as a note, and I still think that. I think she's so cute. Um, Work on the film was interrupted by production on An American Tale in the Land Before Time. In late '86, Disney announced the studio would be working on a version of their own, Beauty and the Beast, which had begun full production in 1989 and was slated for a '91 release. Knowing his version could not compete before Disney's, Don dropped the project. The villain of his version would have been the evil queen Livia. I do really, really like these production drawings. These would have been cool. East of the Sun and West of the Moon is another Bluth project that he was working on that got canceled, based on a Norwegian fairy tale. The plot was the youngest daughter of a peasant is forced to live with a polar bear who is really a prince, cursed by his wicked stepmother. Upon discovering who he truly is, she sets off with him to find his stepmother's castle, east of the sun and west of the moon, in order to break the curse. The studio suffered from financial losses following the moderate performance of The Secret of Nim, their first animated picture. Paramount Pictures dropped its financial support when the studio was renamed from Don Bluth Productions to Sullivan Bluth Studios. Now, I actually think these designs are also cool and very cute, but one thing I couldn't get past was how much these characters look like the Black Cauldron designs. Like, I don't know. I think that's blatant stealing. Does any of this studio eating other studio business have to do with Disney's overall takeover? Anything smaller than the behemoth having finance bumps? Yep. When Disney took over, they canceled anything that could basically be competition for their Marvel films or for their own Disney release slated films that were coming out. Much like the first version of Sonic. Yeah. I swear I've heard this one before. Yeah, yeah, anything that was even remotely like one of the films they were already going to put out, they canceled immediately. Anything else, like, there have been a couple of films that they just threw out when they acquired Fox that were picked up by Netflix. I know of one called Nimona. Let me see if I can find that one. This is based off of a very popular graphic novel. I have not read it, so I don't know what the story is. But this film was being made by 20th Century Fox, based off of this. I have not seen it, but this short teaser came out very recently, and they show, like, this is the design of the character, and you can kind of see why Disney immediately canceled the film. Like, as soon as they got Fox, they went through, saw this, and said, "Not cancel it, not." That no. I think also because this character is a lesbian, I think that's another reason why they canceled it. I'm just saying. I don't know for sure, but I'm just saying. And what happened was, when they canceled it, they basically threw out the whole project, and the people who were making it shopped the story around, and Netflix picked it up. And I can't wait to see it because it looks so cute. I know some people hated it. As soon as this teaser came out, people hated it because it does not look like the original style. It looks, really cool, but it doesn't look like the original style. So some people hated it, but I love it. I can't wait to see what it looks like. Let me see if I can find the teaser and show it to you. Let me see. It doesn't have any words that I know about. It's just test footage. It's just, here it is. This gotta be it. Oh. I just want to see the test footage. I don't want to see anyone talk about the test footage. Alright, show me the teaser. I don't know why. Alright, test footage. I don't know why it's so hard to find just that. Oh, that's the meme. I don't know, maybe it's not on YouTube. Well, I'll have to look offside. Nimona test footage. I guess this is it. So it shows fish, and this is very much like, oh man, this looks exactly like Sword of the Stone. I haven't seen this. I have only seen the other one. It's a 10/10. Aha! Toasty has told us it's a 10/10. So we can be excited about it. She's also a shapeshifter. Oh, that's going to be fun to animate. Would have been so hard to animate. Yeah, definitely. Made better animated than live action. I really, really like these designs, and I really like this kind of soft shading thing that they're doing, where it's not really lined very well. Oh my gosh, look at him move! He's so cute. I like that so much. So that didn't even have the footage I was talking about, though. I guess I saw it on Twitter. What the heck? Well, anyway, so somewhere there's a little clip of her moving in this scene, and it looks great. It looks really great. And this is one of the ones that Disney threw out, and Netflix, back before Netflix was canceling everything that they are doing, they picked it up, and so it should come out sometime this year, I'm hoping. So I'm very excited for that. Man, I swear, guys, I saw this actually move, so I don't know why I can't find it. Anyway, back to the Bluth projects that have been canceled. It turns out that Ice Age was originally, Fox originally asked Don Bluth to animate it in 2D. And Don Bluth turned it down. And so this is considered a canceled Bluth project, even though it was later made by Blue Sky in CGI and became a colossal hit. Um, it's still considered a canceled Bluth project. And Don Bluth and Gary Goldman both claim that they were never approached for this, but in this publication it says that they were, and that they declined, and that so there's like back and forth about it. I even found this Google article talking about it. So sometimes Don Bluth and Gary Goldman, I don't know. I'm not sure which one's telling the truth. It's kind of interesting. Jawbreaker is a very cute little film that Don Bluth pitched, and there is a very short there's a very short version of the film idea on YouTube, but it is so blurry that I don't think that you can actually see what's going on in it. The plot revolves around a young boy who travels to another world and defeats an evil king with the power of Jawbreaker candies. I think I wrote that because I can't find anything about the plot. But here's a Don Bluth project. So it's an interesting one. And this is like the quality of the snippet online, and it's so bad. I hope someday someone can upload a better quality version. There was also something called Little Blue Well, which is basically underwater Bambi. And this was in production for a long time. But, and what's interesting is there's actually two well films that are attributed to Bluth. Can Do Song of the Ice Well in 1988 and The Little Blue Well. And I'm not sure if they're the same film. I guess in one part of my head, it's like they have to be the same film. But they're not actually considered the same film. I'm not sure what's going on here. But to the best of my knowledge, Don Bluth wanted to make a film about a whale, and it just didn't happen. Kind of interesting. And the thing about these films is that they were actually connected to pretty big studios at the time, and so their cancellation, it wasn't just like a project he was thinking about doing. Like, these were legitimate film studios, and they got pretty far in where they were going with them before their cancellation. So it's kind of an interesting thing. Both of them are just Bambi underwater. So this is called Saturday. This was another pitch that he gave out to studios. It was based off of a children's storybook. I think this one looks cool, but I do not know why Don Bluth hates owls so much, because owls are great. So I hope it'll probably be canceled though, no Netflix. Well, I think Nimona is a movie, so like even if they do cancel like further development, like maybe we'll get one movie out of it. Also, Don Bluth is working on the Velveteen Rabbit, and this was actually from 2006. Like I thought that must be a 90s film or an 80s film, but no, it was 2006. And the reason why they dropped it, Disney was working on the Velveteen Rabbit at the exact same time. And they actually, both Don Bluth and Disney dropped the project because there just isn't really enough story for the Velveteen Rabbit to hold your attention for 90 minutes. You have to either add so much to the story to drag it out, or it's just too simple. So they both dropped it. Kind of an interesting thing there. And also, I put looks a lot like Winnie the Pooh. It does. It looks like Winnie the Pooh. Looks like Christopher Robin right there in the bed. And the last canceled Bluth project that I could find was his last laser arcade game that he was going to produce. It was called The Sea Beast and Barnacle Bill. You rescue a mermaid instead of a space princess or Daphne, the the princess. And I love mermaid stuff. I think this would have been great, but yeah, the video game crash destroyed this. It's kind of sad. Imagine if Don Bluth had stayed in video games. It'd be kind of interesting to see where his career would have gone. Sony Films. Okay, there's some interesting stuff in here. So Sony, as a film company, right now they're doing a lot of the Transylvania films. And those are great. They're very cartoony, very fun. They canceled Popeyes, Popeye the Sailor Man. I did not put it in here. Because it's just so well known at this point. But they also canceled a couple of other really nice looking projects that were also pretty far into production. And the first one on the list is Kazorn and the Unicorn. And this looks like it would have been a Conan the Barbarian comedy film where a Conan type character must get the help of a little pink sassy unicorn character to save the world, I think. The adventure of a young man and a unicorn as he seeks to locate a powerful weapon and prove his worth to his true love. And it says here that it was canceled for unknown reasons. But Sony already was working on the Smurfs too. I don't know why that's in there. These look great. I really like the stylization of these characters. I like the color palette. The backgrounds are cool. I love the look of the Conan character with the unicorn. I think that's hilarious. I really would have liked to have seen where this film was going. Look at the background with the geometry of the rocks. Really interesting where they were going. I also like these sketches are really fun. I like, you see Conan, you're thinking Arnold Schwarzenegger. It would have been really interesting to see where this property would have taken them. Perhaps it could have been another franchise opening. I like the villain here. He is so funny. That's a great character design. Obviously a comedy, an adventure comedy. Could have been great. What's with Don Bluth and blondes? Okay, Don Bluth is a really interesting character, and he drew what he liked. He had a type, man, and that type was blondes, curvy, curvy and perky, like this girl here. He just, man, he just liked to draw him. That's just for sure. Yeah. Like you have three. Okay, this is right around the VG crash of '83. Yeah, that's right. And if the crash hadn't happened, the entire video game landscape would have been different. It would have been really interesting to see where it'd be now. That's one way to put it, Mar. Yeah, yeah. I'm just Just saying it like it is. Whenever I see Thumbelina, I remember when Thumbelina came out, and my parents just bought it for us because they really liked Don Bluth. They thought he was pretty cool because he was like the only competition for Disney at the time for a long time. And I remember my dad was watching Thumbelina with us, and he was one of those things where your parents, especially your dad, does not want to watch fairy stories, but he always did. He always made the effort. And he later he told me, he says, the way he's drawing Thumbelina is interesting. And I was like, well, what do you mean, Dad? He's like, well, he could have given her I don't know, he could have done it a little differently. He was a little disturbed. I remember hearing him and my mom talking about that movie. He's like, should we let them watch that? And it was because of how many times Don Bluth had Thumbelina like lift her skirts, and he was like really disturbed by it. And
And there was the frog woman.
what was that, James? Which
There was the frog woman.
Yeah, the frog woman. Oh my gosh! I mean, he thought the frog lady was hilarious, but he was like, wow, the assets that Don is drawing. As an adult rewatching it, I see what my dad was a little disturbed about. He was like, "Oh my goodness, oh jeez, yeah." And Don, when I say it, he's a character for sure. He's kind of an interesting character. And what's really interesting about Don, and I'll have to have, I do plan to do another Don Bluth like stream, because since I did the last one, I have found out so much more about the whole time period where he left Disney. And to say that there were people who to this day will go down hating how he left because of the crap he pulled is an understatement. Like, there are people working at Disney who are now retired in their 80s and hate the guy and will die hating him. And it's a really interesting. It's very interesting. Don likes to make sure his characters have all the assets they may need. That's right, Toasty. That's exactly right. So I think this unicorn movie looks fun. This next project from Sony that was canceled, called Medusa, this would have looked like it would have been really cool. They got Lauren Faust to make the designs. And Lauren Faust, as you may recall, created the designs for the My Little Pony reboot in the 2000s. The one that all the bronies liked. And I liked him too. Like, I have a bunch of pony merchandise. And Sony picked her up and asked her to create the designs for this Medusa film and also to help direct it. And it looks really cool. I really like these designs. Like this little woman here, this little Grecian woman with her big hair and her teeny body is so fun. It looks like there would have been various versions of people with Medusa type heads. The skirt's continually coming up with something I remember as a kid. Yeah, I know what he was doing. There were two things he was doing. One of them was she's so innocent that she's like a kid throwing her skirts around, not a big deal. But like, she's got the body of an adult woman, and Don was like, I mean, come on, Don. Come on. Come on. Yeah. Probably the other Gorgons. Yes. And I love this character here. This reminds me a lot of the Transylvania characters as well. And it has that kind of boxy, funny. You could just tell looking at this character how she was going to move in the film. And it looks like it would have been so much fun. And Lauren Faust found out that the movie was not being made because they stopped responding to her phone calls. Isn't that great? Medusa was the only mortal of the Gorgon sisters. Thank you, Ichigo. I used to be big on the myths, but I have not even looked at them for, I'm sure, 15 years. And I could not remember. I did not remember what they were. I appreciate you bringing that in. Yeah, poor Lauren Faust. In the summer of 2014, Medusa was to have been the theatrical directorial debut of Faust, a 20-year industry veteran who gained widespread acclaim for her 2010 reboot of the My Little Pony franchise. I very much enjoyed my time at Sony Pictures Animation and was extremely excited about the progress our amazing team was making on Medusa, Faust told Cartoon Brew. But as it happens at so many studios with so many projects, we ultimately ran into creative differences on the direction of the project. I do not know if Medusa has been shelved, but I am no longer working on it or at Sony. And that's really sad. Like, I would have loved to have seen this film. It looks so fun. I think Sony has some of the most interesting designs in out there today. They really push like how the characters look from certain angles. They really push the boxiness, the shapes of characters, and it's just a shame that films like this get started and then also I'm lagging like 30 seconds to a minute behind. Yeah, I know. I see that. Like, it's not just you. Like, there is a definite lag between what I'm saying and what you hear. So that's why if I jump around a little bit, like, don't worry. It's not you, I swear. It's just the way the stream works. I'm gonna figure out how to get audio to work on this at some point so I can show clips. Alright, this was a Nickelodeon film. Mighty Mouse. Not much to say here, except this was during that time period when all CGI animated films thought they had to look realistic. And I think this is horrific. Like, it's Mighty Mouse, and he's got like a superhuman face, but the eyes are so wide apart, and the mouth is so weird, and the nose, and it just looks horrible, and I am so glad this film didn't get made. Like, at least in the way it looks right now. I think it would be cute to do, but I just don't like the way it looks. Oh, I do like this background image, though, that's on the side over here. I really like how this looks. It looks really cool. But yeah, like, I'm not sure why, but at the time, every CGI film it was that uncanny valley that Disney made fun of in their Chip and Dale movie, where everything kind of looked weird or dead. Yeah. So yeah, this is one of those films. And these look really strange to me, and I'm kind of glad that they didn't go anywhere. I really do not like that. Do you see that, James?
Oh, it's terrifying.
Can you imagine seeing this move? Oh. Oh, look at how wide his ears are. He looks like a manta ray flying. Flying manta ray.
Are we sure he's not related to Dumbo?
Oh. And I also dislike the designs here for this
It's like a
family.
Guy caricature.
Like, just looking at these character designs, like, it is so weird. It is very odd. It is very odd. I don't know. Oof. That mouse face, absolutely not. Yep. This was the only Nickelodeon film I could find. I am sure there's tons of Nickelodeon films that have been canceled, but this was the only one that I could find that was kind of interesting, because I remember when this film was announced, actually, because my dad was a big Mighty Mouse fan as a kid, and so he was really looking forward to it, and I remember because of that, I remember that this was on my radar, but I never saw these sketches. I never saw these designs until I started researching this. And oh my gosh, I'm so glad that maybe someday someone can do a Mighty Mouse film, but not this one. Miscellaneous films. There's only one in here. This is a film that is called Old Zilla, and it was going to be a comedy about Godzilla as an old man. And it looks like it had a lot of interest. It looked like it was going to be a really funny take on Godzilla as a whole, where they have Mothra in there, King Kong was going to be in it. And what happened was Toho, the company that actually creates the real Godzilla films, actually put a stop to it. They sued them, or threatened to sue them into oblivion, because they thought this would damage the Godzilla brand. And so, unfortunately, we don't have this one. You know what this makes me think of, actually? It looks like when an artist tries to make a hyper-realistic version of an old character while trying not to change anything other than rendering. Since that doesn't fit the proportions. Yeah. I'm having nightmares. I'm so sorry. No nightmares. No nightmares. Uh, Jeffy's companies are on top of that. Yeah. Yeah, they were quick to put the kibosh on this. And it's kind of sad because I kind of think it looks like it would be a lot of fun. Old man Godzilla. But just looking at this poster, he's alive barely. Oldzilla and now with man boobs. Like, I think the humor would have been like a kind of gross at the same time. So maybe not like, like I think there's potential here, but I don't really like gross sick out humor for no reason. So I don't know. I don't know what they were gonna do here, but it could have been funny. Okay, and now we've gone through all the films that I found except Disney films. And the reason why I saved this for the last was because there were so many Disney films that I could only really do a deep dive on two of them. And I have a third one as like our ending for the night because I think it's so funny, the last one I have. But the two films that I found were Wildlife and My Peoples. And the story behind these two is really interesting because they were both being created at roughly the same time, which was like the very early 2000s. And they were both going through a very difficult time at Walt Disney Feature Animation and suffered because of it. Now, at the time, Walt Disney Feature Animation was suffering badly because Jeffrey Katzenberg, they'd gotten rid of him and he had started DreamWorks. And the DreamWorks had just come out in 1998 with The Prince of Egypt. And at the time, people were like, holy cow, Disney no longer runs animation. And the problem with this for Disney was that Disney's slate of films were very poor. To combat Prince of Egypt, I mean, the film that they had come out a little while before Prince of Egypt was actually Lilo and Stitch. And Lilo and Stitch was fine. But their next film was basically Home on the Range. So you have Home on the Range being the film around the same time that Prince of Egypt comes out. And it looks bad for Disney. And there was a lot of ill feeling about it. Like, Disney investors were pissed. And they didn't have a good president. They had Thomas Shoemaker was the president of Walt Disney Feature Animation at the time, and he had a passion project, and his passion project was Aida, which was a musical based off of an opera that he was working with Elton John on, and he was so involved with that he wasn't paying attention to what was going on around him. So the first film that we have is called Wildlife. And there are so many stories about wildlife and about what a bad production it was or like whether it was being done behind Disney's back or what was going on. And weirdly, I wrote this all down to go through with you guys. And weirdly, tonight, about a half an hour before I started the stream, I found a comment from the director of this that kind of wipes out everything I learned. So, just to go through it, Wildlife was being developed in 2002. It was a CGI film directed by Howard Baker that was being developed at the Walt Disney Company in the late 90s, but was shelved in 2000. It was to have been a satire of the 70s American pop culture and would have paid homage to popular figures at the time such as Andy Warhol, Anna Wintour, and Diana Vreeland. I found two different plot scenarios, but they both deal with kind of the same thing, so we'll just go through this one. Red Pitson, the owner of a prestigious nightclub, is quite distressed because Kitty Glitter, his once beloved pop diva sensation, has dwindled in popularity. Without a star attraction, everyone will go to the club owned by Magda, editor of Magizzy, the city's most popular fashion magazine, and Red's biggest rival. Needing something big to regain the reputation of their club once had, Red and Kitty find it in Ella, an elephant from the local zoo who is able to talk. However, things do not go well for Ella at first because she doesn't think she is good enough to be a star. In fact, she starts to have second thoughts about performing. Although one night, while attempting to plug in a neon sign, the elephant is electrocuted and knocked unconscious. When she comes to, Ella is now under the impression that she is a famous pop singer and quickly rises to fame. Much to Kitty and Red's delight, however, much to Kitty and Red's delight. However, Ella soon tires of her glamorous lifestyle and tells Red she wants to return to the zoo. Not wanting Ella to leave, Red attempts to sweet-talk her into staying. Kitty catches sight of this and mistakenly thinks that Red is trying to seduce the elephant, which upsets her greatly. Yeah. Because she is secretly in love with him, meaning this character here is in love with the guy who owns the club. After Kitty has angrily confronted Red about the situation, Ella, not wanting to cause any more trouble, goes back to the zoo. However, Red and Kitty soon clear up the misunderstanding and proceed to ask Ella to come back and perform for them, although after being told by the elephant that she would be much happier in her old environment, the two understand, at which point they finally admit their feelings for one another and become a couple. Now, right off the bat, that's kind of a strange, odd, and long synopsis for a film, right? It's a little weird. And this art is strange. Like, this title card is very strange for any kind of film. Wildlife. But as weird as all that is, like, here's the elephant and here's this kitty character, and you can see that their designs are very strange. The idea was actually to make everyone kind of look ugly, like on purpose though, like to make them look weird on purpose. And I kind of think they got it. But going down. Wildlife became a taboo subject at Walt Disney Feature Animation. The problem was it was more like a Touchstone picture production than a Disney movie addressing more adults than children. This is Carolyn Scooper, the co-producer. So what I managed to find out was, if you remember years ago, there was a movie called Dinosaur that came out from Disney Animation. And Dinosaur was their big CGI like reveal. It was the movie that they came out with. Disney. It's got to put Disney Dinosaur. To showcase what they could do with their technology. And they were very, very proud of this film when it came out. And I remember this a lot because they hyped this film up so much that I convinced my parents to take my family to go see it because I wanted to see this amazing technology that looked realistic, you know. And then we went to go see the movie. It was completely boring and didn't look realistic really at all. The characters look like they're in front of a green screen or a picture the whole time. The light's horrible. The story's bland. It was hype and nothing more. But the studio that was making this film, well, their name was The Secret Lab, or just Secret Lab. And they're the company that was developing Wildlife. And Wildlife has a really terrible reputation online. Because for the few people that know about this film, there was an incident, quote unquote incident. And the incident was that they were screening the film for Roy Disney and a bunch of the other studio heads, and that there was a very sexually charged joke between two gay characters in the film. And the story was that Roy Disney ran out of the theater having a meltdown because he couldn't believe that they would have this kind of a joke in what was going to be a Disney film. And the joke was actually, and I'm going to say it because, let's see, they wanted to give a film a mature edge and wrote some adult-oriented humor into the script. So there was one joke where two gay characters are about to enter the sewers, and one remarks to the other, "Have you ever been down a manhole before?" So that's the joke, quote unquote, that apparently made Roy Disney like run out of the screening room and just have an absolute fit. And this is a story that's been like going around for years and years since this film was canceled, basically. And the reason why I bring that up isn't just because it's juicy, like it's like, oh my gosh, Roy Disney shut this film down because it was too raunchy. But because the comment I found today about the film from the director of the film, Howard Baker, is really interesting. Because I had this whole thing here about like, oh, there was this dirty stuff, and Roy couldn't believe it, and blah blah blah. And I'll go back up here, but tonight I found this comment under a test of footage that was released on YouTube 2 years ago, and this comment is only 6 months old. And Howard Baker says, as the creator of this film and still a director of animated content, this film lost its footing because it was pitched as and meant to be slightly more adult themed. But when it was an actual story development, the Disney executives consistently pushed it towards more Disney sensibilities, and so the idea became messy and unfocused. Neither intention was met. Admittedly, I wasn't prepared to fight for what I believed in, and we thought we were getting the best advice. As for the manhole joke, that was taken out long before Roy Disney ever got to a screening, and everyone knew it would never stay. It was meant specifically to amuse the current president of feature animation, who was also gay. And that was Thomas Shoemaker, who caused a lot of trouble at Disney before he left to become the president of Disney Theatrics and Stage, where he took Aida, his pet project, with him, and it became a Broadway hit. Like, he just wanted to work on Aida. And so they made this joke and put it in some part of the development for him as a joke. But somehow along the line, it got turned to this story about Roy Disney like storming out of the screen and be really angry. And he says that never happened. And I honestly do believe this guy. In his screening, they got a big laugh but everyone knew it was never going to stay. No one ever went running out of the room. The film didn't have a single sexual, drinking, or drug innuendo. It just didn't develop a proper story. So, like, all this stuff up here, I went to all this trouble to find all these rumors, and then at the very end, a couple minutes before we have this stream, I find out that all of this is just BS. Like here, an insider revealed in March 2002, and I found this article. This is a article that was basically press released and filled with rumors, and it was still on the internet after 20 years. Like, it was published like in 2003. So I thought this article was really interesting and how these little tidbits in it. But an insider revealed in March 2002 that some people hated the design of it, but I thought it was incredibly cool. Hans Bacher was the production designer. And this person was the editor. It was a real departure design-wise from anything the studio had done before. I think that it was allowed to progress too far in the wrong direction. The directors were first-timers and were not delegating and making timely decisions. The producer, Chris Chase, was also a first-timer and did not rein them in, and so, after almost 2 years of pre-production, it was decided the film wasn't working. Costs were spinning out of control, and it should be shut down. I don't think it was just Roy Disney that made the call, though. It was an awful shame because it would have just been wrapping up production about now. And I guess that goes along with what the guy said, or in his comment. Like, and you can see, like, these characters here I think they are very interesting to look at. Like, this guy with his big long hair. Oh, Loki. Loki is whining at me. And this other girl, Kitty, who was his girlfriend. Hi, baby. Hi. I wish I could show all my patrons and all my friends what you look like. Hello, he's such a cutie. He's so big, guys. He's 200 pounds now. And he's so cute. He's such a cutie. I do love you. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten you. And you can see here, too, like, these character designs are very, very interesting, very out there. Like, they were doing some really interesting stuff at this place called the Secret Lab. Lose hours of work because of a single comment. Yeah. And I I actually felt a little deflated after finding that comment earlier today because I was ready to go into like, oh, it was so horrible and juicy and all these terrible things happened. It must be Thomas Shoemaker's fault and blah blah blah. But after reading that guy's comment and seeing that, hey, it just didn't work and we were young and we got bad advice and we tried to make it too much like a Disney film, but that there was no sexual crap in there. Like, these rumors are insane. Now, I think that the elephant was probably the part of the film that they added to make it look more like a Disney film. And I think it was a really wild and probably not a very good choice because it's just so odd. But some of this concept art looks really cool to me. And yeah, I went through all this stuff, but this Thomas Shoemaker guy was interesting. Because in some of these articles, it came out that he was defending himself when this movie didn't go as planned. Because people were saying, well, why didn't you know things were going bad? Why didn't you do anything? And so he said, well, I was not like, distracted by Aida. And he definitely was. See, Shoemaker didn't deny that directors had ignored some of his notes, which, that's like blaming them. And he addressed the concern raised by certain animators that he had been distracted by Disney's theatrical productions, especially Aida. Wildlife did not suffer from not getting enough of me, he said. This is Thomas Shoemaker, the president of Walt Disney Animation. The vast majority of his time is spent on animation. If he has seemed less present to the staff, he added, it's because he is spread among many pictures that are in production. Basically, this guy wasn't doing his job. And the reason why he wasn't doing his job was because he wanted to do Aida. And that just isn't good enough. Aida, I will show you this. I've never seen Aida the film, but I remember seeing this image all over the place. Some people love this story, this theatrical production. There's a lot of people that do. But as I was researching this, and I really don't know what the story is, so I can't tell you either way. But some people are now saying it's kind of problematic, so I don't know what's in there. Yeah, adding an elephant really does seem a bit random. Feels like a boredom decision. Yeah, it was just weird. It's kind of a weird story, and if you look at these designs, I don't think an elephant was at the beginning or even like the idea of what they were doing or what they wanted to do. But it is kind of interesting and kind of sad that they didn't get a chance to do it. And the basic consequence of all of this was that the production company, the Secret Lab, which was Disney's CGI power in-house studio, was completely destroyed and everyone was fired, which is really sad because that's not their fault. If they were actually trying to do what Disney wanted them to do, and then they fired them. 50 bets he was distracted by the ideas of Oscar. Yeah, absolutely. Now, Jim Hill Media. So, I have several articles from Jim Hill Media, and he is a guy that has been, he's like a reporter or journalist, and he knows a lot of people in the animation world. And he writes these very gossipy type of articles, and he does a podcast where he talks about this stuff all the time. And so he said that he brings up the real problem was that after Dinosaur, Disney didn't know what to do with this company. And so they're the ones that kind of wanted them to make another film. He says that's when the Walt Disney Feature Animation executive decided to put a picture that still had a lot of story problems on the production track. Like, he's saying that it's their fault because these guys were first-timers, didn't have a lot of experience making a film, and then they just greenlit it way too early. Like, they told them to start working on it way too early. So they just weren't ready. The staff at the Secret Lab spent at least 6 months working on Wildlife for $20 million. The bizarre tale of an elephant who someone became a sensation in New York City club circuit. The directors weren't really out to create your typical Disney animated film. They were hoping that once Wildlife was completed, the CG feature might be released under a Touchstone label. So, it's an interesting This is the director here. And I wanted to show that even after all of this, he was able to go on to have a very successful career. He's currently working with Pure Imagination Studios, but he's done a lot of stuff for Lego, Rugrats, uh, uh, Warner Brothers stuff, Amazing Spider-Man, Hershey's Angry Kids. He does stuff for theme parks. He's actually also a supervising director on Disney Junior's Sheriff Callie's Wild West. So, like, I wanted to show this because just because one of your projects gets canceled doesn't mean it's the end of your career. And although it's really sad that his story wasn't able to be even finished or go on to become a feature film, it's not a story of failure. It's just the way that the industry works. I think the real story here is what's going on behind the scene at the same time, and that goes more into focus when we look at My Peoples. So this is a film that was in production for a long time, and it wasn't being made by a first timer. It was being made by Barry Cook, and Barry Cook was the director of Mulan. You could say he was ignoring the elephant in the room. Oh, I hate you. Though if I had to pick Wildlife or Schindler's Horse, I'd pick Wildlife. Yeah, I would too. Oh my gosh. Loki is a big pupper. He is such a big pupper. He is so big and he's so cute. He is such a cutie. Alright, so, more than any other project, I poured my soul into it. I opened myself up to all the things I love, the culture I grew up in, the music I still, to this day, love dearly. It was all part of that. It was very personal for me as a filmmaker. Barry Cook on the making of My Peoples. So this story is wild, and it also was being made at the same time as Wildlife, and it is another canceled film, which is entirely the fault of executive interference. Good night, Toasty. Thank you for coming. It was really fun. Have a good one. I was gonna end soon anyway. I know I caught Mary's strep, and I'm starting to lose my voice. So don't worry. Good night. So this one was called My Peoples, but was also known as Once in a Blue Moon, Elgin's Peoples, Angel and Her No Good Sisters, and A Few Good Ghosts. It was a film that was being developed in the late 1990s by Barry Cook, the co-director of Mulan. Despite the fact that he even went as far as to hire voice actors as well as musicians to score the film, it was scrapped in favor of Chicken Little in 2005. So, it was set in the Appalachia Mountains in the 1940s. My Peoples was to have told the story of two feuding families, the Harpers and the McGees, whose two children, Elgin and Rose, fall in love. Elgin was to have dabbled in folk art, creating dolls from various household objects, which included the following. This is Angel. She was a heaven-themed doll made from a flower scoop. And she was the proposal, to have a ring. She was supposed to be the proposal gift from the man to the girl. Abe, an Abraham Lincoln doll made from a scrub brush who had spoons for ears. Cherokee, a First Nations boy doll fashioned out of an old garden glove. Miss Spinster, an old lady doll made from the wooden leg of Eldon's dear departed aunt. Oh, I hated Chicken Little. Hobbs, you are not going to believe where this story goes when referencing Chicken Little. Because I couldn't believe it. I am so sad about what happened now. Good Old Boy, a hillbilly type doll made from car parts. Interesting. I like this design the best, I think, because it's just, you can see the carburetor and stuff. It's really nice. And then Blues Man, a doll with the mannerisms of a blues musician constructed from the handle of a broken mandolin. Actually, that's wrong. That's the handle of the mandolin is actually missing. That's the body of the mandolin. So I don't know what to tell you. Crazy Ray, a convict-themed doll made from a tree stump that lived under Elgin's porch. Like, I don't really see a tree stump here, but this is kind of interesting. Angel's Dog. Angel's canine companion made from a spool and clothespin. So, a pretty large cast of characters here, right? That's a lot of characters. Plus, the the romantic lead couple. Um, Wishing that Elgin would forget about his daughter, Old Man McGee concocted a batch of his late mother's Blue Moon brew, intending to use it to erase Elgin's memory. However, his potion accidentally brought the dolls to life instead, at which point Angel declared that she did not want to help Rose and Elgin get together and proceeded to leave town. Some of the dolls went after her in an attempt to get her to come back, while others did what they could to help the couple, which included keeping Herbert Helen's head, the man Rose's father tried to set her up with, away. So it's a pretty convoluted plot with a lot of characters, and when you have this many characters and you only have 90 minutes to tell a story, you're really setting yourself up for problems. But this is a example of studio interference. Big time. So I actually brought in this whole excerpt from this Jim Hill Media's like he had a podcast where he talked about this entire thing, but I'm starting to lose my voice. So I'll just kind of go through what I read, which is that Barry Cook, the director of Mulan, was asked to make another feature for Disney. And what he wanted to do was, he said he looked at all of the upcoming films at the time that Mulan had stopped. And at the time it was Tarzan, Fantasia 2000, Kingdom of the Sun, which eventually became The Emperor's New Groove, and Atlantis. And every one of these films was expensive, really expensive. And he wanted to do what Disney had done back in the 40s, which was you have two big budget films and you have a cheaper film in the middle. A cheaper film that doesn't cost a lot of money, is not a big budget film, is a smaller story. And then you have your big budget film come after that. And what he wanted to do was tell a little story about a widower who moves into an old house in the Appalachians Mountains with his kids and falls in love with the girl next door. And there's three ghosts in the house, and they help him to get the girl, basically. That was the basic gist. But what happened was Michael Eisner and Thomas Shoemaker, who was the president of Walt Disney Feature Animation at the time, thought that the story was too simple and sweet, and they needed more. And this is the beginning of studio interference, because they said it needs a lot more to it. So what does he do? He goes back and he thinks about growing up in the Appalachians, because that's where Barry Cook comes from. He was born in the Appalachians, and he wanted to tell a story about where he grew up. And so one of the things he remembered was all the folk art and all of the like dolls and that type of thing, all the things that people would make from scratch, things that they had. And so he came up with all these little doll characters and thought that they could help get the hero and the heroine together. And honestly, it's a really cool idea. I think there's a lot of them. But like, and it was like, you guys want more? Okay, how about this? and and he wanted all the music to be like Appalachian bluegrass music. He had all these ideas. He really thought this whole thing out. And he sketched up 7 folk art characters, which became the dolls used in the film. He wondered if he removed the ghost and the kids from his story and then made it pieces of folk art, which eventually brought the two star-crossed lovers together, would that make the story seem much more animatable? Would it be edgier? So there's a story that with these 7 pieces of folk art now acting as the backwood cupids that ultimately brought the characters together, he wanted to see he tried to get Thomas Shoemaker to like it. He had this maquette made of the angel character and sent it to Shoemaker in a busted up violin case, and apparently it really charmed Shoemaker. He really liked the look of the character. I mean, and that's really cool, actually. I think that's actually cooler than the doll that they have drawn. And he told him to go forward with it. And one of the ways they were going to make everything cheaper was that the dolls were going to be animated by 3D. These character designs are so freaking cool. They are cool, aren't they? Like, they're really cute. All of the doll characters are being animated by CGI, and then all of the human characters be 2D. And this is a weird thing because in my head, I think it should be the other way around. I think the humans should be CG, and I think all the doll characters should be like 2D animated. For some reason, it's such a um, weird idea to do it like this. It seems backwards to me, but um, at the same time, he was trying to find ways to make it cheaper, and he thought that if the dolls who had a lot of details on them didn't have to be hand drawn, that would keep all the costs down really low. And one of the reasons why he wanted to do that was because at the in the middle of the production, bad things were happening. Thomas Shoemaker decided finally, and I think this was because of wildlife. This is why I went through wildlife first. But he realized he really didn't want to work on animated films. He just cared about the stage productions. He wanted to do Aida. Yeah, remember this one. So Thomas Shoemaker, who's the president of feature animation, he ups and leaves, and he ends up going to the stage and theatrical side of Disney. And they're responsible for putting shows on the cruise lines and the parks and on Broadway. And so he goes over there and he does his Precious Aida, and it makes a lot of money and he's very successful. So I'm glad he got out and did what he wanted. However, the guy that replaced Shoemaker was absolutely awful. And he caused so many problems for so many films. And when you think about the 2000s and Disney, and you think about Home on the Range and Chicken Little, and you wonder what on earth was Disney thinking, you can blame David Stainton, the guy who replaced Shoemaker as the president of Walt Disney Feature Animation, who brought in all his little friends, and they made these guys put out shit. And I mean that. These guys were no good. And after David Staten came in, the first thing he did was he fired like 80% of all the 2D animators. He said nobody wants 2D animation. They all want CGI, and he fired all these guys. Anybody who wasn't attached to a film in production yet, everyone who was waiting for their next job, was just fired. And so when Barry Cook is working on My Peoples, and they had the green light for production, like to like start the production, he immediately started thinking of ways he could make the film look more attractable to David Stanton. And that's why he said, well, these guys could all be CG animated. And what he was really trying to do was he was trying to save jobs. He was trying to keep all of his people. And he thought, if we do this too, we could train the 2D guys to learn CGI. Like, it was a really rough time. Really rough time. So then, let's see. Thomas Shoemaker announced that the Burbank end of Walt Disney Future would be transforming to an all-digital operation. And then, given that hundreds of his longtime friends and coworkers have just lost their jobs as a direct result of Shoemaker's announcement, Cook tried to stay positive. He tried to keep his team at Walt Disney Feature Animation on track, focusing on the day-to-day problems involved with developing a brand new feature-length film rather than obsessing on what was going on in Burbank. Tom genuinely believed in My Peoples, which is why if he had just stayed with Disney Feature Animation, I'm certain that he would have helped me get this project where it needed to be. That was Tom Shoemaker. But then Tom Shoemaker exited Walt Disney Feature Animation in November 2002, opting to move over to Buena Vista Theatrical Productions, that Thomas could then concentrate on developing new plays and musicals that the Walt Disney Company could then present on Broadway. Which is why, after a brief power vacuum, Eisner then appointed David Stainton as the head of the Walt Disney Feature Animation in January 2003. And given how poorly Treasure Planet had performed over the 2002 holiday season, earning only $38.1 million during its entire domestic run, Staten was under orders to make even more reductions in production costs and headcount at Walt Disney Feature Animation, which did not bode well for the folks in Florida, meaning Barry Cook. He says, "Don't get me wrong, I don't think that David was a bad guy. I just don't think that he ever got my peoples." Cook said, "Well, I'll tell you, not only did he not get my peoples, he and his people did not get anything else. Chicken, like, did you know that on Home on the Range, the Disney animated film about the cows, it was originally supposed to be about a young bull cow, like a young man cow, and they didn't think people would like that, so they changed it to the three girl cows instead. Like, they just made so many weird changes for no reason. Um, that which is why Staten was calling the shots at Walt Disney Feature Animation. My people's went through a number of title changes in the Disney War. This book is a very well known book called Disney War, and it's all about David Staten coming in and the power vacuum about who was going to run Disney and how it affected all the films. David is quoted as being really enthusiastic about renaming this film Angel and Her No Good Sister because that title suggested automatic conflict. Treasure Planet was not marketed for the holiday season. To this day, there are theories. Oh, it was not marketed. This is my comment, but I remember when Treasure Planet came out. I saw that film in theaters in November 2002 with my family, and I remember it had barely any marketing. To this day, there are theories on why the company treated the film so poorly, but it was thought that Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets, along with the Two Towers coming out, there was no point to spend additional money on marketing the film. It was allowed to die. There is a lot of talk about Treasure Planet and why they did this to it, and I believe it was lost in all of this transitional period. I think so much money was being spent and they were trying to reduce costs, and one of the ways they reduced costs was they did not market the film. And so it didn't do well. Like, I looked at the domestic box office for holiday season 2002. Harry Potter grossed $261 million. The Lord of the Rings grossed $339 million. Treasure Planet, $34 million. But they're number 15. So, I mean, there's just no comparison here. That you do not market your film, you do not sound like you trust your film, you do not get endorsement deals for your film, and your film does not do well. So, Staten now is in charge of Walt Disney Animation, and after a few months, they changed it to A Few Good Ghosts. And the idea from Staten was that instead of the dolls just being alive for some reason, they should all be, like, possessed by ghosts from the family members. So now all of these characters, they not just have doll versions of themselves, but the studio says, okay, now they're possessed by people and you have to show that. So that's why you start getting these human versions of the dolls, because these are the ghost versions of all of them. So, like, studio says it's not edgy enough, take away the ghosts, so they makes them dolls. Then they want the ghosts back, and now they've got to make ghost versions of every one of these characters. And it's like, oh my gosh. And it's like, oh, I can't even imagine. I can't imagine getting to this point in production and you have these guys come in and they keep changing the title of your film, then they change the meaning of your film, and now they want you to do all this extra work all the time. On Staten's watch, the main plot of this animated feature also received a pretty significant rewrite. Now it wasn't just enchanted pieces of folk art that were helping Elgin and Rose with their romance, but rather pieces of folk art that were now possessed by mischievous mountain spirits. Hence, my people's late in the game title change, A Few Good Ghosts. And then the production team began to get increasingly erratic story notes from the executives back in Burbank. So one week the folks in Florida would be told, stage that scene indoors at an old-time movie theater. And the very next week, these same allegedly creative executives would then say, you know, maybe the scene would play better if they were set outdoors at a drive-in. And the crew in Orlando would have to suddenly create all new artwork in order to accommodate this sudden story change. Oh my gosh. So this is one of the pieces that they had to make. And you know, the thing about it is, nowadays you can utilize a lot of 3D for your backgrounds, but at the time, like these types of things, these types of sets, these, you had to build them all from scratch because these weren't available. You couldn't go to kipash.com or SketchUp or somewhere where people have made these things for you to download and use for a little money. You had to build them. And if you didn't build them, you had to draw them, and that takes so much time. I just look at all the details at this car in this picture here. Someone had to go look up a car from this time period and then draw it from a certain kind of angle. And drawing it from this angle is not easy. You have to, if you don't have a card of reference, it's just difficult. And then they would change their mind and tell you to put it somewhere else. So you've worked really, really, really hard to make something exactly the way they want it, and then they change their mind. And this would drive anybody crazy. I remember the only advertisement I got was when they made some McDonald's toys and the pre-film advertisements on CD VHS. Yes, I do remember the McDonald's toys. I don't have any, but I do remember them. Dude, me and a cousin try our best to collect all his toys. Oh, that's so cool. I had 4 morphs. Oh my gosh, morphs. I guess that sounds productive. Oh, took way longer to mock up things back then. Yeah, very much so. Nowadays, there are really talented artists that can just create all of their concept art inside of Blender using grease pencil, and it's amazing. Mind you, all this extra effort and aggravation would have been worth it if my pupils had actually been completed, but in the end, though David allowed Barry's film to officially go into production in May of 2003, this project was only up and running for a brief 6 months. In November of that same year, Staten abruptly pulled the plug on this combination hand-drawn CG anime feature because, well, for a variety of reasons, actually. Some folks will tell you that it came down to the fact that Chicken Little had a far better name recognition than My People's, aka Angel and Her No Good Sister, aka A Few Good Ghosts, which is why Disney then decided to press ahead with production of that Mark Dindal movie, Chicken Little, rather than continuing with Cook's film. Now here's where I'm going to talk about Chicken Little. And you're going to be mad, Hobbs, because I guarantee you would have liked this film if it was the film Mark Dindal had wanted to make. Now, you might know Mark Dindal. He is a film director for many different projects. I think his best film is Cats Don't Dance. Cats Don't Dance was his creation that he made in 1997. He's also responsible for The Emperor's New Groove. He was the guy that was given one day to kind of figure out a way to make the Kingdom of the Sun into a comedy, and he did. And so The Emperor's New Groove is basically his baby after being other people's baby, which is it's a weird story. But Chicken Little was his film project for Disney in 2005. And he had what I found out to be a very yep, The Emperor's New Groove. Yep. Yeah, now that's kind of a long story too, but The Kingdom of the Sun had a very frustrating development process where all the people involved in it loved what they were doing, but when they screened it for Roy Disney and Michael Eisner back in 1998, maybe 99, 98, 99, they did not like it. The studio heads hated it, and they were this close to canceling the film. Like, really close to canceling the film. And if they had canceled the film, it was right when all these changes were being made, and a lot of people were afraid for their jobs. Mark Dindal was a storyboard artist on the original film. He wasn't the director, he wasn't the writer, he was just a storyboard guy. He went into a room, and imagine this. Imagine, and there's film of this, and there's film of this. You can see it if you want. But imagine you've been working on this film for a year, and you love it, and it is a drama. It is a Prince and the Pauper drama set in an Aztec culture, and it's got pathos, and there's some comedy, but it's not like The Emperor's New Groove, and there's a lot of feeling behind it, and you've had oh gosh. Sting is helping you even write the film, okay? Sting is there, and Eartha Kitt is there, and they're all really involved in the creation of these characters. And they're developing the characters with the help of these actors. And it is a Prince and the Pauper storyline. So David Spade was Kuzco, and Owen Wilson was the peasant, the kid Pacha, who was his double. Okay, Owen Wilson and David Spade. I swear this is true. And then what happens is, the executives hate it, and they tell you you basically have a week to figure out something else. The depression that these guys went through is insane. Like crying out in the hall because everything they've poured their heart into for over a year, they've just been told sucks. And now their jobs are on the line. And you know, when you are feeling that low, you cannot come up with a story on the spot. You don't know what you're going to do. And then Mark Dindal goes into a room all by himself and he starts drawing like a madman. And from what I heard, he actually developed the entire script based off of the characters, based off of everything that they had developed. He just used the same characters, the same setting, and he used his particular sense of humor and created the Emperor's New Groove like overnight, like that. And the next day, because they didn't want to lose their jobs, the next day they showed it to Roy Disney and Michael Eisner, and they loved it, and they greenlit the film like that, like that. But then, so like, imagine. I like to think of it as like if someone took like my Wilderwed story, with Crichton, and then they said, yeah, it's great, but you know what? We'll give you $1 million, but we're going to turn Crichton into like a sassy 1990s teenager. You know, you know what I mean? And, you've got this other character. Oh, Zephyr. Like, we like Zephyr, but instead of being a dragon, we're going to turn him into like a human, and he's going to be like a punk kid, but he won't have any tattoos or say anything wild because we want him to be like, the hero. You know what I mean? Like they took these guys' story, which was really something, and they turned it into a comedy. And they got rid of Owen Wilson, and they got John Goodman, and they turned him into a dad. Like they were supposed to look like twins. This was the Prince and the Pauper, and they completely wrecked the film. Like this film, I believe The Emperor's New Groove is one of the funniest Disney films that ever came out. I remember I saw this one in theaters. I thought it was great, but to find out what happened to the story, it feels weird watching the film now. Kingdom of the Sun. And a little bit has come out from it. Like, okay, so here is the original style of the film. As you can see, it's not the same, is it? It looks way different. So that would have been David Spade playing Kuzco, and that's Owen Wilson playing Pacha. Zephyr. That's how I pronounce Zephyr. I don't know if it's the correct way, but the only way I know how is because I named him after a Babar character from the movie that I watched as a kid. You need to draw a sassy Crichton now. I do need to draw a sassy Crichton. I'll just. But best it would be the kids trying to figure out what he was like when he was their age. I would love that. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. And yeah, like when you look at these, don't you just feel like this is like an alternate reality though? Like this can't be true, right? This can't be excuse me, this can't be reality. I wish these were larger, but like this was the actual finished design for the film. This is what they were going to do. I'm sorry these are so fuzzy, but this is the closest we have to these. But look at this. Look at this. This is so different. So different. And there were going to... See, this is a character that was a princess, okay? And Kuzco was going to have this princess that he was engaged to, and he treats her like crap. And then Pacha comes and takes his place, and she falls in love with Kuzco, but it's actually Pacha. And meanwhile, Kuzco, who is thrown out of the palace and now has to live as a peasant, falls in love with this sassy, streetwise urchin girl who like teaches him about life. Like this story was so different. So different. I don't think a llama was involved in the original. And Yzma was exactly the same. Like her design was the same, but holy cow, is that a finished color version? That can't. That's got to be fan art. But she was a sorceress, and her whole story was that she wanted to she wanted to kill the sun. She believed that if they got through some magical spell, if they got rid of the sun, aging would stop, and she would like basically live forever as an immortal. There's an entire song that she wrote with Sting and the directors of the film that explains her entire nuanced take on the situation and goes into if I remember correctly, explains that her father was a sorcerer and that her whole family for 1,000 years has been trying to do this spell and basically stop aging, stop the world from aging. And there was a llama involved, because they did turn Cusco into a llama to get rid of him, and they were gonna sacrifice him to their god. I remember that now. They're gonna sacrifice Cusco, and Pacha had to stop it from happening. I remember that now because there's some art somewhere that shows the sacrifice about to happen. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, and they had this little character here. This guy is funny. So this was like the talking animal character that they always have inside of these Disney films. But instead of being a talking animal, it was like a relief from one of their wall art. And he was like a little god. Haka? I'm not sure how to say that correctly. But he does get in the film, but only as like a part of the furniture, and it's like a little Easter egg. I pronounce it Jaffer. Zephyr. Oh, it's so funny that every time I pronounce Zephyr's name, like people always like, wait, that's how you say it, and I was like, oh my gosh, because I learned how to say it from this Babar movie that I watched when I was a super teeny little kid, and I loved this monkey character. His name was Zephyr, and there was a little song about Zephyr, and my brothers and I used to sing it all the time, and that's why I named him Zephyr. And I'm oh, I have been robbed. Yes, yes, we have been robbed. This was going to be a very kind of dark, amazing kind of story. It would have been awesome. And you can actually, there is a documentary that was made by Sting's wife called Kingdom of the Sun. And for many years, Disney tried to prevent it from going out, but it is out and it's on YouTube. And I've watched the whole thing, and it's heartbreaking to look at how much effort went into creating this story, and then it didn't go anywhere. It's gone. Oh my gosh, I've never seen this one. Oh my gosh, these are so cute. Oh my gosh. She's so cute. Oh my gosh. I wonder if this is the character that turned into Pacha's wife. Oh my gosh. So this looks like the Kronk character, but he's thin. I've never seen this. Frick you, Disney. Yeah, it's kind of it's really sad. Oh my gosh, look at this one. Look at that, you guys. Oh my gosh, that's amazing. Holy cow. Oh, I love it. Okay, so that's really cool. So yeah, Kingdom of the Sun is another movie that was wrecked by studio interference, but is a rare example of the version that they produced was actually very good, like Emperor of the Sun, and that's all because of Mark Dindal. Mark Dindal was able to take all of these character designs and all of these ideas and come up with the Emperor's New Groove. You thought Crichton? No, Crichton. I thought it was Crichton, not Crichton. Oh my gosh, this is so interesting, Crichton. Oh gosh, I can hear that. No, yeah, always Crichton. And you know why? It was because of Michael Crichton, the author of Jurassic Park. I always thought that name was very cool. Um, and I never heard it on another character or another person, like just Crichton. And so I just took the name, and I didn't, I should have thought of it a little bit more, to tell you the truth. I just like the way it sounds. It sounds like an old man name, which is what I needed. Oh my gosh, look at these Yzmas. Ugh. So I have a bunch of, some of the anime sequences anyway are on YouTube now, and you can't see them. And the whole thing's very sad because it really would have been very interesting to watch this scene. And the fact that they have animated so many parts of the film, including a lot of parts with Owen Wilson. Can you imagine David Spade and Owen Wilson? They kind of, doesn't that work like really, really, really well? Hold on. David Spade, Owen Wilson. Like, they kind of look like you could, you could mess them up for being like related. You know what I mean? To me, Ellis is pronounced Elise rather than the standard Alice. Yeah, I see that too. Huh. Yeah, I get that one, Hobbs. Anyway, so Mark Dindal really proved himself um, with Emperor's New Groove. And so, oh, look at this one. This one's so good. So, they he got the chance of the son's sacrifice. Let me just see if I can find this sacrifice scene. Oh goodness, no! I'm finding actual sacrifice Aztec images. Yeah, that's a little graphic. Okay, sorry about that. I wonder how far a movie has to be in production before ads start. Well, I do know that they did promote the film, but the only thing they released publicly at the time was this poster. Only theaters December 2000. And oh, man, I remember seeing or hearing about this. But I thought they were talking about Aida, and I wasn't really interested in Aida because I heard that it had a very sad ending. So I was like, oh, I don't want to watch a sad ending. um. Anyway, so Mark Dindal is told that basically as a reward for the Emperor's New Groove, and because they're like, well, people really like his humor, let's give him another movie. So he wants to do Chicken Little. And Hobbs, this is the Chicken Little that Mark Dindal developed. She was a little girl, and there was no space aliens in it. And not only were there no space aliens, but the story was much better. The original Chicken Little was supposed to be different. I found this on on a Tumblr post. No aliens, Chicken Little was a girl. The story was about a female chicken suffering from paranoia who, as a result, caused several panic outbreaks in her hometown. In an effort to build her confidence, she is sent to a summer camp known as Camp Yes You Can, where she met her friends who were the same as in the final product, although the ugly duckling was at this point a male. Unbeknownst to Chicken Little and her friends, the sheep who ran the camp were wolves in disguise who were plotting to eat all of the students. So she and her friends basically save everybody. That was the idea. And okay, so the thing about this is that they got pretty far in production. Let me see if I can find that one. If I go, oh, where did I put that? I had it open, I thought. Well, wait, where's my other YouTube page? Did I close my other YouTube page? I did. Well, let me see if I can. Let me go back here. Let me close that one. Let me just open this. Cancel films. If I go to my playlists, where is my playlists? Here they are. And go to my art streams. I so wish I could get the audio to work, but this is a little deleted scene of the original Chicken Little, and it shows her father coming home. This is the father from the original film, same design. And if you will remember, in the original film, he is a piece of shit. He is a guy that is always angry at his son, Chicken Little, blaming him for things, and being just generally like a almost like, without showing alcohol, like an alcoholic father who takes everything out on his kid. And then at the end, there's no redemption for the father. He just suddenly loves his kid again. In this version, the original Mark Dindal version of the film, the daughter is so freaked out and anxious about everything, and she generally thinks it's her dad. Like, there's a line in here about he's coming in very slowly into the house after work because he doesn't want to cause his daughter to be freaking out. And this is the wife. The wife is alive, and she says that the daughter isn't home yet, and he wants to sleep because last night his daughter thought he was a burglar and called the cops and caused all this commotion because he got up in the middle of the night to get a snack. And the wife is very upset because she wants to talk to her husband what they're going to do. And she also says, you yell at our daughter and made her feel upset. And he's saying about how he loves his daughter. Who stayed with my daughter. Wait, let's see. Are the captions? Yeah, there are captions. So, like, he says, I just need a 10-minute lie down. Last night was crazy. We need to talk. We can talk in 11 minutes after my nap. He goes, your daughter is at a crisis point. She needs to know we love her. We love her? Of course. Of course I love her. She's my baby. Who stayed next to her side for those extra 18 days when she was too afraid to peck out of her shell? I did. This isn't about love. And she says, but when you get upset like this, she thinks you don't like her. He says, and he goes on to say that the reason why he gets upset is she panics about everything. You know, last night I was a burglar, then one night I was a werewolf, and one night I was a alien. You know, and she calls the cops, she runs out screaming, and he's tired. And he basically gets to a point in this venting session with his wife where he says, why can't our daughter just be normal? You know, he's afraid, he says her imagination takes over. And the wife is like, shame on you. You know, great things come from great minds. She'll surprise you one day. That imagination of hers is a gift. He says, a gift I'd like to exchange for one that won't kill me. The daughter comes home, you know, and she hears her parents arguing about this stuff. And it's a realistic argument because, you know, they don't think their daughter is there. He goes, look, all I want is to have a regular life like everyone else, a regular kid like everyone else. We've only got one kid. Why can't she be like everyone else? And then they realize that she hears them. And you know, this is so sad. He looks so upset because he knows, you know, that's just venting. That's not, I don't love my daughter for real. That's just normal human upsetness, not being able to sleep, and venting. Now, in the old movie, the scene would have ended there, and they never would have come back to that. But in Mark Dindal's version, the daughter is in her room. She's crying. She's looking at a picture of her and her dad. She loves her dad. She's very upset. It's a very sad scene. It's very sad. And there's emotional music here. I wish I could get it to play, but I can't get it to play. Then there's a letter that goes under the door. Yes, Rachel, she looks so precious. And he goes, hi. And she says, hi. And he goes, I wrote you a letter, but I thought you might not want to see me. I left it under your door. I didn't frighten you, did I? No. What's the letter say? Oh well, let's see. I got a little long-winded. It basically says, I'm sorry. She says, I'm sorry, Daddy. I'll never embarrass you again, I promise. He goes, oh, it's okay, Chicken Little, really. You're still my little chick. It's okay. Good night, sweetheart. Good night. And like, she's looking at him, she goes, Daddy? He goes, we're very tired and well, my stuffed animal, he wants you to tell him a story. Oh, good. We like to hear the story about the pancake that sailed around the world. High adventure. Who wouldn't love that one? Well, all right. So Larry probably remembers Captain Pancake and his first mate, Mr. Waffle. Oh yeah, we're thrown off course by a furious, and then it goes on like that. Like this moment in this film where they show that her parents are frustrated by her reality, which is that she has a lot of anxiety, and that anxiety presents itself by being with some paranoia and freaking out all the time. And her parents have very human reactions to this, where especially her father, but also love her and didn't want to hurt her feelings and did not want her to know that they were exasperated. And the fact that the dad wrote her a letter, like how many kids out there in this world would just die for a letter from their parent like this saying, I'm sorry. That version of Chicken Little sounds so freaking fun. I hated the dad movie so much. Those words will never be forgotten. Yep. Oh, the poor baby. Yeah. So, like, in this version, the dad was a jerk, but he would never have said that if he thought she was there. And human parents are human. They're gonna complain about their kids to each other. We all know that. That's just human. That's just being human. Um and I think that this is a very realistic version of showing parents because, parents are not all evil and they're not all good. They are human. And it's really sad, but I'm sure there's a lot of parents out there who get frustrated, especially if their kids are if their kids have anxiety this bad, it would be frustrating after a while. But that doesn't mean they don't love them, don't want to help them, nor would they not do anything for them. And what they really want when they say, I want them to be normal, is they just want them to be okay. That's I believe what this scene really shows. And his words are not good, but he is so apologetic and he wants her to know that he is. And I really like this scene because of that. So much different than the dad we got in the film. Yes, this is precious. It's so cute. And what happened was one of the new executives that came in decided very late into production that it would be better if Chicken Little were a boy because the executive had a son. And so he just wanted it to be a boy. So, okay, so by the time the executive wanted them to change this, a lot of the film had already been done. This is an example of the type of animation and Chicken Little as a girl, and she was voiced by Holly Hunter, and they had to throw away all that voice work because they had to be a boy all of a sudden. And not only that, they originally she was a little yellow chick with a bow, glasses, eyelashes, little dress, and they just had to go in and quickly turn it into a boy, which is why I always thought this outfit was like so cheaply designed, the one on Chicken Little, and I always were like it just doesn't look that great. Now I know why, because it was very quickly added and then the scenes were reanimated. Look at that. They just took away the bow. I mean, it took away the bow and made his spindles up here much larger. I would die for an apology. I know. See, yeah, that's the thing. Like, it's human. It's not the nicest thing, but it's something all kids sometimes kids hear that type of stuff. And what you really want is a parent who would apologize. That would make everything better. The problem is most people don't apologize. Most people are like, well, I'm the parent, you have to respect me. I mean, the the story here is so much better to just have this kind of realistic venting session, the child getting their feelings hurt because obviously of course they would, but to have this moment where the dad is coming, I didn't think you'd want to see me, so I wrote a letter, but then brave enough to come in when she catches him, like, this is a good guy. This is not the character that came out in the 2005 version that they released. The one that they released, it's like they kept all the venting and all the frustration and got rid of anything that resembled love. And that was studio interference. So when they canceled A Few Good Ghosts to keep Chicken Little, he says it's kind of ironic that they did, given that Disney didn't allow Dindal to make the movie he originally wanted to make either. This is Jim Hell talking. He's the reporter. He says, Mark's an old friend of mine. We started at Disney together in visual... Oh, this is Barry. I'm sorry. This is Barry Cook, the director of Mulan. We started at Disney together in visual effects animation. We both worked on Tron. On Tron. And after they okayed production of his animated feature, the studio then made Mark make all sorts of changes. They made him get rid of Holly Hunter as the voice of Chicken Little because some vice president suddenly decided that this character should be a 10-year-old boy. All sorts of stuff like that. Mark had a really tough time on that project. And you can see that too. When you watch that film, and watching that film is very difficult, you can see like there's a point in the film where it looks like everybody gave up and they were just doing whatever they were told. Like, you know what I mean? Really. Another factor in Disney's decision to abandon My Peoples or A Few Good Ghosts came because there were a lot of executives at Walt Disney Studios who seriously underestimated the appeal of bluegrass music. Which again is kind of ironic, Cook laughed, given that Disney was the company that had distributed Oh Brother Where Art Thou domestically in the year 2000, and given the soundtrack for the Coen Brothers film, which was just loaded with great bluegrass music, then went on to win a Grammy as Album of the Year, and then became one of the best-selling soundtracks of all time. But by the time 2003 rolled around, people at the studio had entirely forgotten about it, which just goes to show you how short memories in Hollywood really are. Honestly, if they made Chicken Little like the original story, do you know how much representation would have been made? Yes, this would have been so helpful for my child self. I know. I know. And, and the funniest thing too, that father character, everyone hates him so much. But if the father had been like he was in these animatics, he would have been one of the most beloved parent figures ever to come from a Disney film. And it really does feel like we're living in the worst part of the reality. You know what I mean? Like, there's a reality out there where Dindal's film got made, and it's a wonderful film, and everybody loves it. But we got the other one. And when it comes to this about Oh Brother, Where Art Thou? Like, as someone who was touring the country playing acoustic instruments at the time, I cannot tell you what this soundtrack did for the music scene. It made a lot of people who played acoustic instruments who got relegated to bluegrass, like myself. We were very popular at the time. We did a lot of shows, and we actually sang some songs that were in this film. And it's kind of funny because some of the songs that are in here, they are actually old Americana folk songs. They didn't make up a lot of music for this film. It really is just the actual old folk songs. And so everyone knows how to play them. And I actually hated some of it because you hear it everywhere. The Orange Blossom Special. You hear all these songs everywhere. But it cannot be understated what a cultural phenomenon this movie and its soundtrack was. It really did a lot for a lot of people. And the one song in here that oh gosh, what's her name? I can't think. Oh Brother, Where Art Thou? Soundtrack. Um, I'm a man of constant sorrow. Dan Tyminski is, I believe, the husband of Alison Krauss, or if not the husband of, they just are singing partners, but I think they're married. And it's so funny because he is in every Alison Krauss song, but he plays the guitar and does harmony. And I don't know if you don't know who Alison Krauss is, she is basically the world's most purest singer. She has the highest range and sings these songs will make you cry. And she sang in the Oh Brother Where Art Thou soundtrack, Go Down to the River to Pray. And oh my gosh, I sing that song so many times. You would not believe how many times I've sung that song. I'm so glad I don't tour anymore because that song that song is embedded in my brain like nothing else. But he always sings backup for Allison because she's the huge star. But when A Man of Constant Sorrow came out and George Clooney like he lip synced it, but it was Dan Tyminski who actually sang the song, and so it's his voice coming out of George Clooney, and it's amazing that that guy's voice is insanely good. Like that is a very 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 good voice, and the way he sings it is so like perfect, and it's so strange that even though he's like on all of these records that have sold like hundreds of millions of copies, he always sings backup. So it was really cool that he got like his moment to shine. It was just so sad though that it was coming out of George Clooney's mouth and not his own. But yeah, if you ever listen to I'm a Man of Constant Sorrow, like the way that bluegrass sing songs, the way that they put tonality in and where they put the emphasis in the words, it's 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 different. It's so different, and Dan Tyminski does it really good. The 'Cause Dan Tyminski, one of the things he can do really well is he sings on key really really well, and a lot of bluegrass it's very loose as far as singing on key. Some people are very very tight and they sing really good, but it's not always perfectly on key. I'll just say it like that. And Dan Tyminski is he's got like perfect pitch. Ellison does too. Ellison has perfect pitch. She's the type of person that doesn't need musical accompaniment to sing perfectly. And Dan Tyminski is another person like that. They're just perfect. Alison Krauss was amazing. Yes, she is. I wanted to be. Oh gosh, she. Alison Krauss is. I don't think there's anyone else like her. Whiskey Lullaby. I was she sing that. Who did she sing that with? Oh gosh, I can't remember his name. Whiskey Lullaby. Brad Paisley. Brad Paisley. Brad Paisley, man. Oh, he used to wear these shirts. We had to wear these shirts too. He made these popular. Brad Paisley. Whiskey Lullaby featuring Alison Krauss. This song is insane. The Lucky One, another one. Like Alison Krauss is basically like singing about orphans and dying children and accidentally killing your loved one or killing them on purpose because that's a whole bluegrass theme I don't really care for. But and she sings this stuff and you just sit there and tears are running down your face and you're like listening to it over and over and over again, even though they're like the worst stories because the way she sings them is like an angel. She's insane. And whenever you hear the harmony, that's Dan Tyminski. I played on repeat. Yes, she is. She's so good. She's like a ghost. She's like haunting you when she sings. It's like that. That's what she's like. And if you like, if you've never heard Alison Krauss, give her a try and just listen to her. You will. She is so her voice and singing is so perfect. But more than being perfect, she's like perfectly sad. She will make you cry. It's insane. And and you'll thank her for it because you've got this haunting ghost in your memory now. She's really that good, guys. She's so good. And so this movie this movie it's hard to explain what this movie did for bluegrass music. Yeah. Um And so he's absolutely right. The fact that in 2003, that the Disney executives like, oh, no one want to listen to bluegrass music. Like, are you crazy? Just hire Alison Krauss. Can't say I've heard of her. Oh, you're lucky then. Listen to Whiskey Lullaby. I wish I could play it here. Dang it! I wish I could play it here. But listen to Whiskey Lullaby, and oh man, Chef Those favorite song, Wanted to Marry That Man. Brad Paisley. I know. Do you know who he married? Um, this is so funny. Okay, wait. Brad Paisley. I should say, yeah, Brad Paisley. I've actually looked this up before because I always forget her name. Kimberly Williams. It Kimberly Williams is an actress who actually gave up acting after she married Brad. They're just so in love. And the thing that I always remember Kimberly Williams for is this. Oh gosh, she was in Father of the Bride of Steve Martin. She was just a little teeny teenager at the time, and that's actually really good. The Tenth Kingdom. She was in this Hallmark NBC or ABC production from the year 2000 called The Tenth Kingdom, and I love this stupid, like, over the top, way too long story, and it's just the best thing in the whole wide world. And this was the poster for the Tenth Kingdom in the year 2000, and this is the only reason why I knew what the two towers were before 9/11, because I'd never been to New York. It's the craziest thing. This was so late 90s television, and there's been nothing like it, and there'll never be anything like it again, and it's just the best thing. Have you ever seen The Tenth Kingdom? Basically, Kimberly Williams plays this young lady whose father, she was raised by her single dad in New York, and she's a waitress, and her dad's like a bum. And it turns out that her dad had got married when he was young to a woman who abandoned them. She tried to hide the whiskey on her breath. I know. You're killing me. It's so sad. And it turns out her mother is like the evil queen from Snow White. Oh, sorry, that's a major spoiler. But, and at some point, these fairy tale characters come into her life and they drag her to the 10th Kingdom, which is fairy tale world. And she has to survive all of these things that are trying to kill her. And this guy on the left is the wolf, who has come because he's been paid to kill her, but the minute he sees her, he falls in love with her, and so he basically becomes her ally and falls in love with her, and it's actually so much better than I'm making it sound. It's so fun. There's this whole part like here where she has to like, I forget what's going on. They're trying to get pieces of a mirror or something, and she has to dress up like Little Bo Peep and go into a shepherdess contest. It was so stupid. These characters are so great. They're like three goblin kids. It was guilty. It looks like it was a guilty pleasure movie. This is the king of the goblins and his kids, and they're working with the evil queen, and she wants them to kill that girl. It was actually really weird because like it was equal parts stupid and like incredibly violent. Like some really violent things happened. And because they were trying to be like for older people, like they had some dirty jokes in there as well. So I remember being young and watching this, and then so it wasn't really that bad when I say dirty joke. Like not really bad things because it's like a Hallmark production, but it was things that as a little kid I remember looking at my mom like, "It's okay, mom, I didn't hear that, and I want to watch this." In one of those situations, you know. It looks like they did an actual play of it. Oh my gosh. But yeah, so Kimberly Williams was in this 10th Kingdom, and apparently Brad Paisley watched this, and he had seen her as a teenager in what was it? The Bride one, Father of the Bride. But when he saw her in this and realized he was old enough, he actually contacted her. He was in love with her. He like fall in love with her on the screen, and he asked her on a date, and they ended up getting married. And it was all because like she was on this, and it's just like so sweet. I just movie now. Can we please have a watch date? I would love to. I would love to watch this. But it's just so you know, it's like 3 super long episodes. Like, it's really long. It's a mini series. I don't even know where you can watch it. There was supposed to be a sequel. The Ted Kim of the House of Wolves. I don't. Yeah, there was supposed to be a sequel, but it never came out. I'll just show you this. This is like the opening crawl, the opening title crawl. They played this. Oh, is this? Does it get better? Yeah, let's make it. So like, there's the evil queen. Look at these early 2000s effects. Oh my gosh, he's going through a magic mirror portal. Now you know where all my stuff for the Dragon Tutor comes from. I watched the 10th Kingdom. And here are the trolls. And then the dad goes through the mirror, and there she goes through the mirror. Oh, and this was the prince. So this dog is actually a magical prince, and he's the son of Snow White. And they turn him into a dog, I forget why, and he wants them to help him. So, I mean, I wish I could play sound. Where's the opening crawl? The 10th Kingdom. Yeah, I believe this is it. Intro opening theme. Wait, does it do it? Does it? Yes, it does. Okay, so like, it starts off in the city, and there, of course, is music in the background, which is not playing. I don't know why. And then all these magical things start to happen. Which reminds me a lot of like the troll in Central Park for some reason. The effect on that dog. I know, it's so bad. I need your commentary on this as we watch. That would be amazing, honestly. A watch party watching the 10th Kingdom. I'm going to see if I can find it. We're going to do it. I'm going to see if I can find it. Look at this. You know, it's funny. I was actually going to college art courses at the time that this was on, and they were at night. And I was so angry because I would miss this. Because it was a mini series and they would break it up into hour-long segments. And so it went on for like 6 or 7 weeks. And I was so angry because one day out of the week where this was on, I wouldn't be able to watch it. I'd come home and catch like the last part. It's so good. It's really good. And when I say dirty parts, like, they weren't really dirty. It was just a joke here and there, you know. It was like wink wink, that type of thing. There wasn't anything really bad in it. Like, they weren't showing anything or doing anything weird. Anyway, so yeah, so that's Kim. Okay, so we've gone the full circle now. Alison Krauss to Brad Paisley because of Whiskey Lullaby, to who he was married to and how he found her, and it's Kimberly Williams, and the 10th Kingdom. It's so good though. But yes, so Chicken Little should have been made the way it was meant to be. They talk about this actor here, Charles Durning. He was such a fixture in like 80s and 90s TV. I know his face very, very well, and I think I can even hear his voice if I try. But he was one of the actors who had started doing voice work for the My People's film. And Barry Cook says that when he hired him, he was so excited because all of his life, all he wanted to do was be in a Disney film. And he was so sad when they canceled the film. He says it was a tough call telling this guy that he wouldn't get to be in a Disney film. Really sad. And so here's Barry Cook here. This is what he looks like. He also found out that as soon as they canceled A Few Good Ghosts, after all the interference, they canceled it because they didn't like where the story was going. And then they fired him. And he was kicked out of Disney, the place that he had worked for 22 years. And then he says, that was tough. I mean, it's a hard lesson to learn that while you may personally be loyal to a corporation, it's impossible for a corporation to then be loyal back to an individual. Enormous multinational companies just aren't built like that, Cook continued. And I think that's a really good lesson. That's a really good thing to think about. Ever been down a manhole? Oh my gosh. I did go on to put down here that he continued to have a successful career. He worked on He directed Arthur Christmas in 2011, and that was a big hit. And he worked on Walking with Dinosaurs, which was such a huge deal when it was on TV. He continues to enjoy a successful career. I wanted to put that in because, again, just because your thing gets canceled or you get fired, it's not the end of your career. You can go on. And this is kind of funny because this thing that I've been reading to you was actually part of a podcast or a radio show that was transcripted. And I actually found it by accident. I found this when I was looking at my people's on a Marty Stewart on the official musician Marty Stewart's archival page on his website. It wasn't linked. It came up because I was looking this up and it just happened to be indexed. And so I found it. He had archived this article because it was talking about the film. And Marty Stewart, the musician, was one of the musicians that was hired to be on here and then fired when they canceled the film. And it's kind of funny to find an article that way. Like, that's like old school internet right there. But they're talking here about how now that all of these people have been fired, and they were, David Stanton. Hi, Zoom. Hi. You caught us at the very end. We've been talking about, we've gone all over the place. We're just going through a few good ghosts and how it was studio interference that killed it and Chicken Little. If I guarantee you, Zoom, that had Disney executives not interfered with Chicken Little, you would have really liked the film. I know I would have. Look at Chicken Little. Look at her. Look at who this. Not this guy. This is how the studio wanted to be a boy. It was originally going to be a girl, and she was so cute. Don't worry, Zoom, you're here for the best part because in my research, I found something amazing. And I kept it for the very last. It's short, but it is the most amazing thing, and I cannot believe I found it. But yeah, this guy was saying, given that the Walt Disney Feature Animation Management team that actually pulled the plug on my people is no longer in power at Burbank, more to the point, given that the crew that's now in charge of Walt Disney Studios have begun circling back on feature film concepts that Shoemaker and Stanton couldn't quite make work. Example, a film called Reboot Ralph, a console game character who escapes from his vintage cartridge only to then discover that it's now an MMORPG world film that's currently in active development, whereas back in the late 90s, it was known as Joe Jump. And that became Wreck-It Ralph. So, like, I didn't realize this, but Wreck-It Ralph was originally going to be a 2D animated feature film that was created in the 90s. And they couldn't make it work. And then it turned into what it is now. The first film was hugely successful, so the second film not so much. But he says, if Joe Jump can be rebooted, wouldn't it stand to reason that a sweet, sincere, and deliberately low-cost project, one that's deliberately aimed at the heartland of the country and combines CG and hand-drawn animation, deserves another look? And then it ended with, well, here's hoping someday soon that John Lasseter has his people take another look at my peoples. John Lasseter. Oh my gosh. Even I remember when John Lasseter became president of feature animation at Walt Disney. And I was like, oh good, now we'll get some good stuff. And then you find out later what happened with him. And it's like, holy shit, he only wanted cars. Isn't that sane? So until I forgot there was stream, I was helping mom with cleaning her house, and I jumped into Discord to ask for cooking help, and now here I am. Oh, I'm so glad you came, Zoom. I'm sorry it's at the very end. We did go through some cool stuff, like DreamWorks Schindler's Horse. Schindler's Horse, Zoom. I have to show this to you so that you know that this was really going to happen. Schindler's Horse. It became Spirit of the Stallion of the Cimarron. But yeah, they were going to have Schindler's Horse, and it was going to be a Mustang horse descending through stages of horse hell. And it was named after Schindler's List. So yeah, DreamWorks has really gone through a development. The Monkeys of Mumbai was a big one. This was going to be a Bollywood DreamWorks film, which is so sad that it wasn't made. It's horse hell, Zoom. It's horse hell. You have questions, and I have no answers because there is not a thing I can think of except for the fact that in early 2000s DreamWorks World they thought that The Prince of Egypt was successful because it was sad. That's the only thing I can think of. But they thought, well, see, we're on a good track. And it's like, no. No, you're not. If you want to do another sad story, do Esther and make it another musical. Like, I don't understand why they didn't just continue doing, like, Old Testament stories. It would have been awesome. Really awesome. Really, really awesome. But no, Schindler's Horse. Oh, also this one, assumed. This one was actually announced. It's, DreamWorks was going to do Lidsville, which is based off of a 1970s, children's show of some kind that I've never heard of this. I've never seen this before, and it looks very strange, and it wasn't actually ever truly canceled. They just kind of stopped working on it, and the only explanation as to why it was they went in a strange direction and it just didn't work. So that's a good one. And then we also went through the Mighty Mouse movie, which I'm just going to show you these faces, and I think you'll know why it was canceled. Oh my gosh. So yeah, that and a lot of other little films. Like this canceled Lego film, which would have been, I think, really cool. The Billion Brick Race, which, even by 60 standards, is some weird stuff. A talking biped hat. Oh man, yeah, that is. I think they may also be vegetables. And there's a rabbit. Those must be incredibly hot costumes. And then we did go through Wildlife, which was a canceled Disney film. But oddly, like, there was a lot of, like, juicy drama that I found out about this one. That I found out 30 minutes before the stream started. That was all, like, rumors and not true. Give me Esther. That VeggieTales movie was the best. Yes, Esther is such a romantic story. I mean, it's kind of weird. Like the whole Esther story is so weird. I would love the Prince of Egypt like thing done to Esther to like make it like a story that I can truly understand. Like it's so weird that this girl doesn't want, like, her uncle's like, hey, you should go to the king and see if he wants you to be a wife. And then he falls in love with her. But don't tell him you're a Jew just in case. And then it's a good thing you're the queen because you have to save us. And then she's like, he gonna kill me. Like, I would love the Prince of Egypt treatment done to the Queen Esther storyline. I think it would be amazing. Seriously thought that design looked appealing. Nightmare Fuel. Yeah. Wait, which one were we looking at? This one? But, I was kind of disappointed that all the juicy drama I learned about this film was actually all fake. Kind of sad, actually. But, on the other hand, good to know that, the people that worked on this weren't, like, weird freaks, and that it was all, like, a rumor. But now I shall show you the last thing I found. And this is so cool because I have heard about this for years. And now I have proof that it's true. So, this is about The Hobbit and Disney. J.R. Tolkien did not like Walt Disney. Strangely enough, they both became stars in the same year. The Hobbit was published September 21st, 1937. Wait, dinosaur? Yes, the people who made this wildlife film. Okay. I'm so sorry. I know this is like bad. The people who made this wildlife film were the Secret Lab, and they were the ones that made Dinosaur. And while they were making this film, they were secretly working on this project called Wildlife, and it didn't do very well. And there was a lot of rumors about why, that it was too edgy and raunchy, and there was a lot of sexual humor, and all of that turned out to be false. It was just they wanted to do a film that was for older people. It doesn't mean that it was raunchy, just older, just like, not for little kids. And the Disney people kept pushing them to make it more Disney-esque, and they were too young and inexperienced to fight for what they wanted. So in the end, it became a cluttered mess of ideas, and it not only canceled the film, but got the whole studio fired. But they all moved on to better and different things. So it's just yeah. And yes, Hobbs, back to the Hobbit. Excuse me. Where'd it go? Oh, sorry. It's over here. Um, so The Hobbit was published September 21st, 1937, and that same year, Snow White debuted on December 21st. So roughly, okay, so September, October, November, December. 4 months apart. The Hobbit comes out, and then Snow White comes out. Same year. I need this a full facially film with this simp falling for her gorgeous self. Yes. Tolkien hated how Disney portrayed the dwarves. It was more than just how they appeared. He didn't like their naivety. Excuse me. I'm so sorry. I'm all stuffed up because they're burning the fields everywhere. Naivete, their childishness. He called Disney uneducated. Meanwhile, Disney thought Tolkien's works were too difficult to turn into films. They sent a treatment to Tolkien in the late 30s, and Tolkien turned it down immediately. And for many years, they both ignored each other. Disney in an apathetic way, and Tolkien in a heated way. Like, Tolkien honestly hated Disney because of how he portrayed dwarves in Snow White. If you think about how he releases The Hobbit, and The Hobbit is a big, big bestseller, and everyone loves it, but then Disney releases Snow White, and so everyone starts thinking about the Hobbit dwarves as looking like Snow White's dwarves. This is what actually happened. And this is why Tolkien hated Disney. And what happens is, for many years, yeah, they just don't like each other. And, but Disney always knew that The Hobbit was really, really popular, and he wanted to do something with it. He wanted to do The Hobbit. It was just he wanted to make a bunch of changes. Like, he didn't want there to be 13 dwarves. He wanted there to be like 5 dwarves, or 3 or 7. How about 7 dwarves? That type of thing. And Tolkien didn't want anything to do with that. So later on in the 60s, when Tolkien's American publishers thought The Hobbit was a perfect fit for the Disney company and tried over many years to get Tolkien to agree to let Disney make the film. Tolkien continued to hold back until finally the publisher contacted Disney without permission. And this is true. His American publishers went to Disney and asked him to create or option the film for the film rights. They thought that they could convince Tolkien. While Disney's first answer was to say again that the books would be too difficult to adapt, it appears they had a change of heart in the 70s when Disney was looking for a fantasy-driven story. And remember, in the 70s, they were looking for a fantasy film, and they actually ended up making The Black Cauldron, but they wanted The Hobbit. And so this is the rumor that I heard. They contacted Tolkien and sent him sketches of the Hobbits, trying to convince him what they could do with the property. Tolkien's response was to blacklist Disney from ever making a Hobbit film. They are blacklisted to this day. Tolkien was incredibly insulted by the sketches and made no attempt to hide his feelings. Now, I used to read, there's a book called The Tolkien Letters, and it's just a bunch of his letters published. And I remember him talking about these sketches because, we were big Tolkien nerds, like even before the films came out, because my mom read them in the 70s and she loved them. And she had like these original paperbacks from the American publisher. Like the first time they were published in paperback, my mom bought them. And so that's the ones I read on. And we were huge Tolkien nerds. And we got anything that had anything to do with Tolkien. So we had this book about his letters. And in that book, he talked about these horrible Hobbit sketches and how he hated them. Hobbit dwarves better than Snow White dwarves. Yes, much better. So, what I have for you, I found the sketches. I found the sketches that they sent to Tolkien. The ones that were made by Frank Oley, one of the 9 old men. And how I found them? They were sold at auction. And the auction was online. And they had pictures still up. They were sold a couple years ago. They sold for a measly $300. I could have bought these. So here we go, guys. These are the infamous sketches. These are what they sent Tolkien to look like hobbits. And I think you can understand why they were blacklisted. Oh my gosh, you guys, look at these. This one says, Bilbo Baggins, age, quote, quote, around 50 years. Enjoys the comfortable life. Loves to eat, relax, a dislike for adventure. This one has the certificate of authenticity. It says, film, The Hobbit, 1972. Media, India ink, watercolor, and pencil on 8 trimmed animation sheets. The description. These 8 original animation character drawings of hobbits were created by Disney artists in development of an animated film of J.R.R. Tolkien's The Hobbit, although the studio never acquired the film rights to the literary property. One is identified as lead character Bilbo Baggins. Included are photocopies of 3 typewritten documents prepared at the Disney Studio in 1972. A 5-page analysis of the story by animator Frank Thomas. A 2-page study of hobbits and Bilbo Baggins by storyman Vance Gary, dated October 1972. And 3, an undated and uncredited story analysis. This was, date of issue of this was 2012, but these sold a couple years ago at auction. They sold for $300. And holy shit, could you imagine if Tolkien had been swayed by the Disney brand and this is what people would have grown up thinking hobbits looked like? Oh yes, they're terrible. He was so angry. Now I know there was another one that's not here. In the Tolkien letters, he describes that they sent him like a storyboard, and that must have been in the other packet that they're talking about down here in the certificate. But the storyboard sequence showed the hobbits eating these really long sandwiches. Like, they were comically long. Like, it was a gag. Because, animators at this time especially would always include gags. And it made him so angry that they would do that. Like, especially in Tolkien's mind, like, yeah, the hobbits are comical as compared to like elves and humans and shit, but they're still realistic. They still live in the real world. So why would they have a 6-foot long sub sandwich? He was so angry. Why did they think these were a good idea? I don't know. I feel like if you submit those, you automatically get your art degree revoked. Right? Not only are the designs bad, but the drawings are not anything to talk about, right? Like, the one thing about this character here on the right is that I think it looks like LeFou from Beauty and the Beast. I think that like everything about this design just screams LeFou to me. Just doesn't fit. Oh, right? Like, it just doesn't fit. This is way too Disney rather Tolkien. More or less, what if the 7 dwarves were hobbits? Yes. Yes. And like, this one's a leprechaun. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Okay, so this one's definitely the Bilbo character they've created. And it's probably the closest to, like, it's not too bad, right? But then this one, he's just wearing a necktie. Like, at least this guy's got like a scarf instead. But geez, and they got little elf ears. This guy's got at least elf. This guy doesn't even have elf ears. Oh my gosh! I would murder someone if they sent these to me. Oh, I know. It's technicality. But that's the same much. It's so bad. Like this guy's body on the left here with the purple hat and his arm. Look how short the arm is. Like, ugh, they're not appealing in any way. What this screams to me is that the people working on this, they did not really care about the story that they're working on. You know what I mean? Like, because if you were like, oh my gosh, the toad from Wind in the Willows has a more aesthetically pleasing design than this, and Toad is a toad. The Keebler elves call they want their knockoff designs back. Oh my gosh, look at how sloppy this one is. He doesn't even have fingers holding the mug. Like, this is just, like, this might be on animation paper, but it's like super, like, sloppy. These are just super sloppy. And if you are sending this to Tolkien, this is not good enough, you know? This is really lazy. They keep Ichigo. Honestly, Ichigo. Oh my gosh. I cannot believe that I found these. I really can't. I mean, to have Tolkien describe them in the letters and just hate them, and then to see them and see that maybe Tolkien was too nice when describing them. Because, oh my gosh, look at this one's hair. Oh my gosh, it's so bad. It's so bad. And I mean, it's not just bad because we now think of hobbits as Peter Jackson's hobbits. Like, these are just bad. Like, I wouldn't be interested in characters that looked like this. I wouldn't want to go on adventures with them, and I wouldn't want to daydream about going on adventures with them. You know, and that's what you need. Like, that's really what you need for Tolkien stuff. And I mean, like, okay, so The Hobbit, 1970. So the why am I in caps? This one that came out, the Japanese version. I never would have designed a character to look like this ever, but he is so cute in like an ugly way. Like, he's just so teeny and cute. And like when he the hobbits on here, the only thing I hated about this movie was that all the dwarves, I'm sorry, not the hobbits, the dwarves, all the dwarves look so old, except Kiri and Feely and Killy. But then, like, they were barely, like, they didn't have enough screen time, if you know what I mean. I loved this version is so weird. The way that the wood elves look like aliens. It's insulting, but I can't imagine anyone would be happy, especially someone like Tolkien who knew he had something good. Yeah, he knew his worth. He knew that those stories, not only did he love them, not only were they his, like, freaking baby, like the whole Lord of the Rings, his baby, his masterpiece, his magnum opus. Yeah, is that right? I'm so sorry, my brain's dead. But these sketches, oh man, I wouldn't trust Disney either if this is what he did. You could tell that they don't respect the story at all. They're thinking of it as a little thing, a little story. Oh my word. It's just the worst. I bet they were trying to sabotage Disney. That's the only explanation for those awful drawings. I wonder, maybe it's that the people who are working on this project hated it. They just didn't want to work on it. So you can kind of see it in their drawings. Like, these are quick. They're not well thought out. There's no weight to the characters. They're just kind of like leaning in wrong directions. this guy, like, there's no thought to this design. This is some character this guy has drawn 50,000 times and he doesn't give a shit. You know what I mean? Like, that's what it looks like. Imagine what they would have done to Gandalf, guys. Just imagine what Gandalf would have looked like. It would have been horrible. Yeah, I didn't actually know that The Hobbit and Snow White came out at the same time. Like, even though I'm a Tolkien nerd, I didn't realize this. And then to realize that that's the reason why Tolkien dislikes Disney is because he changed the way people looked at dwarves. He changed the way people thought of dwarves right when The Hobbit comes out. So he just felt like this, ooh, you know. Maybe they want, after all, Disney runs on spite. Maybe they wanted to sabotage someone else and were forced to push these out fast. That could be true. And there's no time in these. No time whatsoever. Still a bear love story than Twilight. Oh my gosh. I'm never gonna get over that I found these. And you know why I was there? There's a big Disney auction happening now on this same website. And they sell, let me show you what they sell. Let me see if I can find it. Here it is. So this is Heritage Auctions, and they are selling all this stuff from the Disney parks. And we're talking about, these things are really expensive. I don't know who would want these. Like, this is one of the Skyway vehicles. And you have to offer at least $72,000 for this. What year was the drawings? The drawings were from the 70s, and I have it down here. These were drawn in October of 1972. What if the animators didn't get to read the story and were told to draw a SparkNotes version? That could... I wonder. That would be interesting. And then this is like a stagecoach from the parks. Oh wait, Overland Stagecoach, original 9-passenger coach. Oh, they actually sold this for $126,000. Holy shit. But the reason why I came here was to look at these, which are these figurines, and some of these are huge, and these were at the Disney stores. And these, and you know, during the pandemic, Disney actually shut down a lot of the physical Disney stores, like many of them. There's only a few outlet stores left now. And they used to have all of these really cool fiberglass figurines at the Disney store locations. And I always wondered, I thought when they closed the stores, if I was one of the employees working there, I would have just taken them home. But apparently they have a lot of them, and they've been selling them. And like this group here of Scrooge and the nephews, make offer to owner of $30,000. So you have to start your auction bid at $30,000 for this group. So I was just looking at these because I think these are so cool. These are life-size promotional figurines for Monsters Incorporated, and they're very old. You can just see where they're like breaking apart, like right here on poor Sully. No, I'm sorry, Mike Wazowski here. You can see he's falling apart. He's very old. He's hand-painted, hand airbrushed. On Sully here, you can see his eyes. The sunlight has been on these eyes for so long that they've now turned a horrible yellow color. But strangely, his teeth are still pretty bright. That's really interesting. These two are relatively cheap for only $23,000 because these are life-size. These are huge. And these were made for the film, so they were shown somewhere. They were probably I don't know if they were at the parks or where they were, but I guess they've been in a storage for a long time. And now they're just getting rid of them, and it's kind of sad. But the problem with having so much stuff at the parks is that they just run out of space. So it's kind of fun to look at this stuff. Here's another group. This was another Disney store group. 19,000, and this is their size. And I just kind of liked, one day I was just on here and I found out about this because of a YouTube video. And I thought, wow, I'm going to go see how much these things are. Because I was thinking, like, if these are $100, I think I'd like one. And then it was like, oh, okay, $10,000. Like, never mind. These ones, another one, these were also a Disney store. And this Alice looks demented. But I mean, these are kind of cool, right? Like, I think that I don't know what you do with that Alice because where's the seat? They must have thrown away the seat, so it's just the figure. She's really cute. But yeah, these things are really expensive. And, oh, $17,000 for this group. I don't think they're worth that much, honestly. There's no way they're worth that much. These are fiberglass, and I'm sure they're hand painted and everything, but man, it's just staring into your soul. Like, I can see these things going for maybe $1,000, maybe $1,000. But I really didn't think they'd be that much money. Okay, this Daisy is $10,000 all on her own. But look, you could hug her. This guy's got such a great job. Hey, hold it, Steven. Okay, smile. I want the Sully for reasons. It's cool, right? Like, it's really cool. Oh, whoop. I think I closed it out. Yeah, there it is. It's cool. Imagine that. That thing is like 6 feet, maybe 7 feet tall. I don't even know how much it would cost to ship this. It would have to be huge bulk rate shipping, and it would probably cost a lot of money. But they sell all kinds of weird things. Like, they sell these mint Japanese Pokemon cards. I don't know how they got these. They got a whole big set of them, and they're selling them. And I think, how much is this one? This one was $31,000 for this one. I guess it comes with the plush. Imagine waking up and Sully's just leaning over you with a smile like that. Oh, that would be so nice. Planning on restarting the Scream Factory, are we? So yeah, one day when I should have been like working on my comic, I actually went down this rabbit hole, and I found those in here. And you know, like, it's kind of amazing what you find by being in being like just looking through shit like this, like old sites like this. And this site is so funny because it's such an old built website, and these guys have this auction house, and this stuff is so weird. Like, I think these are great, but I don't think they're $7,500 great. You know what I mean? And the fact that they can sell this stuff for this much money, who's buying this stuff? Disneyland Mickey Toontown 7-foot light up Christmas tree prop. So this Disneyland. So this was in Disneyland. And because it was in Disneyland, this fake tree with these ornaments that have nothing to do with Disney is $7,200. Holy cow. And someone will buy that because it was at the parks. That is just odd. Okay, now this one I really liked. So this is a Jafar and Iago group. And it looks very odd, but then you look at how it was placed in the Disney store. And the thing that surprised me about this is that they modeled the whole body. They modeled the whole body, including his feet, which you could not possibly see from the ground. And it's actually really well done. His head must come off in order to, like, put that on. This one is $6,800, almost $69. What would you do with this, though? What would you do with it? Holy cow, I can't really understand how some people can spend that much. I know, it's just, and I think that's why I kept looking. Because, I'd love to own these. I'd love to own these. These are great. Gadget and Monterey Jack. And I guess he's holding like a heart-shaped jewel. And you can see that his shirt was only built to cover like um like one part of his body at like just the front, and it's kind of slipped so you can see that it's not even all the way over him. But this is great. And I was thinking like, oh, are these $100? It's like, no, $7,600. Like, oh my gosh. Anyway, this is definitely a rabbit hole. $5,700 for these little props. What would you do with these? I know there are Disney nerds out there, but I mean like, what would you do with them? These are kind of cool. Old money. Holy cow. I can't understand how people spend that much. And imagine a vampire with a Disney obsession. That would be amazing. Oh my gosh. This one I also really like. It's Clarabelle Cow as Cleopatra. This one's so funny to me. It's the cheapest at 4,800. I guess Clarabelle Cow isn't a well-wanted figure, but I mean this is gold. Oh my gosh, look at this. They had all these characters dressed up as like Egyptians. That's so great. I wonder if that was still in a store or if it was in like storage for 15 years. This is the only one, like, if I was rich, this is the only one that I would be like, yeah, I'll pay 4,800 for this because this is amazing. If money wasn't an option, like, I don't think I'd buy any of the other ones because they're just far too expensive. But this one I would, if I was undeniably rich, I would buy this one at any price because I really want this. I guess one good result of this is parts of the Disney history are preserved. That's very true. It's true. You know, it's funny, like, I just read there was some actor who bought the original Disneyland sign and he just has it in his backyard. Let me see if I can find this. So the original Disneyland sign looked like this, but it was huge, much, much bigger. Oh, here it is. Like, huge. They're even bigger than you think they are because they have to be seen from so far away. And when Disney decided to get rid of that sign, they replaced it. What did I read? They replaced it with this awful looking thing that nobody liked. I think it was this thing on the right here. And this actor bought it. Bought the original sign. Nobody else could want it. He bought it off of eBay because originally Disney would just put them up on eBay. And he doesn't have any room for it, so it's just sitting in this guy's backyard. Hold on. Disneyland sign in. I gotta see if I can find this. I can't remember the guy's name. He's a big actor, too. In actor's backyard. John Stamos! Yes. Yes, it's John Stamos. Oh, there it is. I guess he's just got the D. Look at that! Like, look at how big it is. And he was like, I love that sign. And look, you can see it from the air. Like, if you're going over Hollywood, I guess, in a helicopter, this is what you see. I thought it was the whole thing. I guess he could only get the D. Oh my gosh. This is so funny to me. Like, aw, John Stamos backyard Disneyland sign. I was hoping that would explain more. Like, I don't know. I know he bought it off of eBay and he just put it in his backyard. And as you can see, like, there's not a lot of room in his backyard. Like, it's kind of small. He doesn't have anywhere else to put it. And that's just so funny. That's great. Oh my gosh. I mean, if you can't sell it, might be able to sell photos. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Hi, Flux. Hi. Oh my gosh. Hi, Flux. Oh, you're here right at the end. I'm so glad you did. Hi. We're talking about Disney stuff. We went through all the canceled films. What is this? This is John Stamos, the actor, who loved the Disneyland sign so much that he bought the D from it and has nowhere to put it, so it's just sitting in his backyard like this. I love this story so much. Disney Solo signs. The actor brought the D and put it in his backyard. He didn't get to hear about Horse Hell. Oh, let's show him Horse Hell. Okay, so Flux. We were going through, well, obviously canceled films, and I I did a bunch of research. I tried to find just the most interesting ones, and I found out that Spirit Stallion of the opera ran long. Oh, you went to an opera. I have to hear about it. Because I think I missed it if you said you were going to be there. But one of the movies that DreamWorks canceled was Schindler's Horse. About a Mustang horse descending through the stages of horse hell. Yeah, and this is the actual, here's the actual synopsis. Continually escaping and being recaptured each time ending up somewhere worse. The human world was to be a disorienting nightmare for the wild horse, culminating with him into trouble, and he would eventually end up in a cruel and dark mine, sentenced to work until he died without ever seeing the light of day again. One last escape would land him in the middle of a forest fire where a frontiersman would help him, the first human to treat him with kindness, and the first human to be allowed on his back. And yes, it was named after Schindler's List, and it was going to be directed by Robert Redford. And at some point, they realized that this was a terrible idea. And this film was canceled, but eventually turned into Spirit Stallion of the Cimarron. He outbid Michael Jackson for it? You're kidding. How do you do that? Wait, Michael Jackson, money wasn't an issue. He must have fallen asleep and just missed the end of the auction. Imagine being able to say you outbid Michael Jackson for anything. Wait, he can never get rid of this sign now. This sign is more of a legacy than anything else. Oh my gosh. That's insane. At some point, if that point wasn't towards the beginning, then I have questions. It got pretty far into development before they canceled it. This image on the bottom in particular really gets to me because those are smokestacks. And it's based off Schindler's List. So, I don't know what they were doing. I don't know what they were doing here. And this was being developed after The Prince of Egypt, too. So, it had to have been connected. You know what I mean? Jeffrey Katzenberg, Steven Spielberg, Holocaust stories, but not animation. It just doesn't work. It doesn't work. Because, first of all, nobody would want to see it, and that's what they say here. Ultimately, the story was judged to simply be too painful to watch. Who would want to see it? And also, I remember when Spirit Stallion of the Cimarron came out, and the directors had this interview where they said that basically their little girls had grown up to be horse girls, and they realized that the horse girl market was completely untapped as far as movies go. And horse girls are obsessed with horses, so they thought, we'll tap into that. And it's kind of funny because Spirit Stallion of the Cimarron didn't really tap into the horse girl thing, but I think it does now. Because they actually added little girls in the story. And that's what they were missing. I love the story. I especially love it when he saves the Indian kid. And they're like simpatico, like brothers. And they bond. And it's great. It's really great. I love that whole sequence when they're jumping around through the it's like this little narrow cut in the mountain. And there's a river below them, and they have to get away, and then they jump this chasm, and they escape on the other side. It's great. Horse Girl Market is a wonderful phase. Michael Jackson called to say congratulations to him after the close. I miss Michael Jackson. That's such a great story. Oh my gosh, that's such a great story. Oh my gosh. Imagine Michael Jackson calling you to say that. Oh my gosh, does this say what year that was? Because I'm thinking of early 2000s. I remember trying to make one eBay purchase, and it was a series of dolls. It was three Disney villain dolls that were being sold as a group. It was the Captain Hook doll, the Maleficent doll, and the Ursula doll. They were these Mattel villain series dolls, and I loved them. And this lady was selling them, but our internet was so bad that even though I made and won the auction, I wasn't able to log in to pay in time. I forget exactly how it worked. And it was just because our internet was so slow at the time. It was so slow. I remember um it took hours to download a trailer. It was so slow. And even though I was desperately trying to pay her because I won the bid at like $50 and I had the money and I had my parents' permission to use their credit card, and I was sitting there refreshing the page and begging and praying, she canceled it and sold it to the next person for even less money. And I was so sad. I was a horse girl till I lost her fingernail. Oh, Ichigo, no. It sounds like a delightful sequence too. Still like horses, just less so. Oh man. I took horse riding lessons for about 6 months, and then my instructor moved and didn't tell us he was leaving, and we just stopped. And it's kind of funny because my last lesson before we stopped was the first time I rode the horse correctly. Every time before then, I was riding like a jack in the box with my body flumping around. And it was only on the very last day that I got what I was supposed to be doing. Like, the horse knew what he was doing, but I didn't know what I was doing until the last day. And I was doing that thing you're supposed to do, where you move your body with the horse so that you're working together. And I remember the instructor thought I was useless, and when he saw that, he was so happy, and then he just up and left overnight, and I never got to ride a horse again. Was a horse girl, hate the new era of Spirit because it defeats the original story point of him being free. Yeah, 1999. Oh, 99. Yep. Yep, that was right around the time. So, around the time, maybe that's why Michael Jackson couldn't win it, because his internet was slow, because everyone's internet was so slow. Oh my gosh, I gotta see if I can find that Ursula doll. Hold on. Mattel Ursula villains doll. Yeah, there it is. So, this was the doll. I desperately wanted this. It's so cool. It's in a cool box. It's a villain doll. Oh my gosh. Oh, she looks so cool. Isn't that a cool doll? That's so cool. From 1997. I think this is the best Ursula doll that has ever been made. She actually has the right body. She's got the right skin tone. She's got all these really cool details. She came with a cool stand. She came in a cool box. And I almost had her for $50, but my stupid internet. Early internet struggles. Isn't this cool? This is so cool. I eventually was able to get the Captain Hook. Look, these are the kind of Ursula dolls that come out now. Terrible doll. This is ridiculous. This is horrible. Compare. Oh. Oh. And you know what's worse? Oh. You know what's worse? Let me show you the new Ursula doll. Let's see. Oh no, there was this one. This one was kind of cool, but it's not the same because she's, Wait, no. Where's the new one? Hold on. All of my doll sites, like, because I collect Disney dolls, I've still got the itch, and it's very fun. Where is she? Here she is. This is the Disney doll for Ursula from the new movie. I'm thrilled. What kind of two-tone octopus trying to dress up? Oh, yeah, look at this. Look at this. This looks so bad. If they're prepping us for what she'll look like in the movie, the live action one. Yep, this is the doll. And by doll, I mean action figure because she's just a piece of plastic. Ooh. Like, I think she's better than this one. Ooh. But come on. Yeah, and not only that. Okay, so there are a couple of fun things from the new movie. So like this is the pack of Ariel with her sisters, and it gives you a look at what the sisters will be designed as. And I think these are pretty cool actually. I do like all the different kinds of fins, and it looks like they're going for like all the sisters, like all of the skin tones are like the scales, like it doesn't matter, like this is not genetic. You know what I mean? Like they're not all gonna be a certain race. They're just like their scales are any color, like their skin is any colors, but they're all sisters. And what's really cool about these, I do like how colorful the fins are. I like the different kinds of like whatever you would call these. I don't know what you would call these little things at the top of their tails. Some of them have them and some of them don't. I like her purple, her lavender hair here. I like this Asian one next to her. She's so cute. This one's got like green and black hair, which I actually really like. And this one's probably the prettiest. She's so pretty. And I actually really like this one on the far right with her like lava and blue fin. And so like her big hair is so fun. And I do like her face so much. And then this one looks like she's going to be super sweet. But honestly, yeah, Ariel does look the best because she has the biggest eyes, like the cartoony biggest eyes. You know, see what I mean? Like these other ones have like smaller eyes. And I wish that they like look at the one directly to the left of Ariel. I don't know what's going on here, but her eyes look more like realistic Barbie eyes, and they don't have this cartoony flair that the Ariel has. Wish, yeah, saturation. You're right. You should go. Yeah, look at this. I bet they are not this colorful in the film. Oh yeah. 1 second. Oh. Oh. Oh.
Okay, so I don't want you going outside.
Thank you. That's weird. Okay, thank you, Mom. Ooh, there's some weird people. What? What? Oh, that is so weird. Oh, you mean they follow them from the other park? Oh. All right. Thank you, Mom. That's creepy. Let's lock everything up. Thank you, Mom. Very much. I'm almost done. All right. I love you too. Thank you, Mom. There's some weird people. Weird people walking around. I love you. Good night. Thank you. Crazy I know, but I think my non-existent worlds don't have to look like one copies of this world we know. Yeah, I agree with that actually. And sorry about that interruption. My sisters took the dog for a walk and they were followed home by people. So, or like locking all the doors and stuff. It was like really creepy. So we're like, it's also kind of late for anyone to be out and around in the neighborhood. So yeah, don't worry, we're fine. But we're just gonna lock up. They're not even 1-1. The world is saturated. Yeah, the thing, like, I've actually had, I can't believe this, but I've actually had nightmares about, the underwater scenes that they showed in the trailer because they were so poorly executed and it felt so barren and lifeless. Yeah, I actually don't know. Loki being a big mastiff, he wants several walks a day, and sometimes we take him out at night, to give them the last run around so he gets it out of his system so he can sleep. And my sisters brought him out for a walk around, and they said that there was someone following them, and my mom just came in to make sure the door to the we my little studio here has a door that leads to the outside, and she wanted to make sure it was all locked. So, but don't worry, we have Ring doorbell cameras, and all of my adult siblings are home. So I have two big brothers, so we'll be fine. But that's really creepy. We don't really have that here because, like I said, we live in the middle of nowhere. When I say town, our house is like blink and you'll miss it. We're just a cluster of houses. So it's not really, we're not really a town that you just stay in, like to walk around in, especially this late at night. Subnautica has more color and it's part horror. Oh my gosh. You're so right. I'm so sorry I left this. Okay, so like being someone that collects like dolls, especially Disney dolls, like I love to collect these things because who wouldn't want this? This is cool, right? Like it's cool. It's like having a maquette. I like the idea of having this thing and then being able to turn it around and look at it from different angles. It's like a animator's maquette. I love that. So I've always wanted to collect Disney dolls or other kinds of dolls from different things. I think it's really cool. And oh my goodness, here's one in her packaging. So, oh my gosh, to get a real life look at it. Ugh. Okay, so like her face is not bad or anything, like, but oh man, I hate it's just a big plastic piece. Like there's no cloth anywhere. There's no you can't take her outfit off and put a different outfit on. I guess she has some articulation. Ugh, gross. Keep your family close and your pew pews closer. Yeah, they sound like they're up to no good. Yeah, people shouldn't be out walking around this late at night. Well, I'll tell you though, just so you know, our sheriff, he's like the sheriff of the whole county, basically. And he actually sent out a warning to everybody that we need to make sure our garages and cars and stuff are locked because we've had so much theft in the last like ever middle of the pandemic. People's garages, if they're not locked, these guys will just go in and take tools and sell them. There was a house being worked on in our town, and the guy who was working on it he had a trailer with all of his tools. He parked the trailer outside of the house. He left it there overnight. When he came back, all of his tools were gone, like $30,000 worth of tools just stolen. We have a trailer like that, and we used it at one point to move our equipment when we went when we went touring with the music, and now we just use it to like we do our own trash. We don't pay for like trash pickup because like it's expensive because they have to come out in the middle of nowhere. So we just throw our trash into it, and and bring it up to the dump ourselves. And we've had to stop locking the trailer because, well, first of all, there's only trash in it. So we're kind of hoping they open it, but we don't want them to like break the lock to try to get in, only to find out it's garbage. It smells horrible in this trailer. It looks like a nice trailer. It's like this nice red trailer, and it's like covered entirely. But it's like we only use it now to like carry trash, and it smells so bad the minute you open the door. It's so funny. Yeah, that's a lot of money. Yeah, so and we have a lot of copper thieves around here, like, and I mean a ton. And next to us, we like my mom just found out today there was an old lady that lived like she lived on the other side of us, like just outside of the town. And she lived here for a long time, and she unfortunately passed within the last year. And her house was a wreck, and it's been erect for literally years. And we just found out that her house didn't have running water or sewage or even electricity. Even though it looks like a pretty nice like house built in the 70s, they never attached anything because they're outside of the official city. Like I say, I'm quoting, air quoting now, the official town. Like she was outside of it by one block, so she didn't have anything on it. And someone has bought the property now that she's passed, and they've been kind of working on it. And because we can see it from our house, like even though it's like a block away, like there's nothing between us and her house, and people go there at night all the time. My mom finally found out who the owner was today, because my mom goes out and she throws rolls onto the onto like the back lot of this property because that's where the foxes live. And whenever we have like extra bread that we're not going to eat, she throws it back there for the foxes. And he saw her back there, and it was our mayor, and we didn't know it, but the mayor had bought this house. And he went out and he says, "Who are you and what are you doing back there?" Because he thought that she was a copper thief. And she says, "I'm sorry, I'm feeding the foxes." And he was like, "Oh, that's fine." And so then she's like, "Oh wait, you're the mayor." And he said that people been going on. He's been trying to stop it. And my mom said, "Well, we just saw someone go up last night." And he says, "Was that you?" And I was like, "No." So like there are so many thieves, and it's really bad. Sorry for the long-winded tale. So much money out of tools. Yeah, yeah, it's crazy. I think there's a figure like one of those floating around somewhere at my family's place of Edmund from Narnia. Oh my gosh. See, that's so cool. I never got any of the Narnia stuff. And that's really cool. I love that stuff. Okay, so here's one thing that I hate is like recently in the last 10 years, um all these playline, they if they're not collectors, they're playline dolls are just plastic. Like, see the clothing, it's plastic, and then they have like a cloth skirt. And it just, I don't get it. Like, you can't change their outfits. I don't know why they started doing that, except that it's, cheaper. This set has been causing so much damage, like mental damage, to people in the doll community because Eric's outfit is almost completely plastic. His pants are plastic and his boots are molded onto his feet, like you can't take them off. His shirt, I think his shirt is like cloth, but his vest is like a plastic as well. Now, Ariel at least has an actual dress top to bottom here, but people don't like this dress because they think the original Ariel blue dress is a lot cuter. So this image and these dolls are causing mental anguish to the doll community. You have no idea, and it's so funny. Like, it's so funny. I can't help but think that the issues of doll collecting are like hilarious. But like look what we had. Like this is what we used to get. This is incredible. Her body was made out of velveteen. It has a plastic like underbody so that there's something to wrap the cloth of velvet around. All of these tentacles were posable. They all had like this super thick wire in them so you could pose them if you didn't like the pose she's in. She came with a trident. Her hair was beautifully done. It doesn't look like there's a lot of gel. See, it's like the hair is loose, which means there wasn't a lot of gel in her hair. Her face up is fantastic. Her makeup is on point. Her hair is deeply rooted. Her crown is like it is a plastic piece, but it looks metal and it's beautiful. It's like incorporated into her hairstyle. She has the necklace. A lot of these dolls won't include that because it's just extra money for them at this point. She's got this little like shrimp on her tentacle, which is hilarious. Like the detail that they used to put in these things compared to what they do now is nutty. It's really nutty. And I know it's a stupid thing to worry about or to argue about, but like it's just nutty. That's cute, but I bet that's a fan outfit because that's not the dress she wears in the film. The blue one is. That's a lot of custom. Yep. So cottagecore and soft. Ah, that dress is so cute. It is cute. It's really cute. Oh, this is the Triton doll. I know a lot of people dislike this one too because he's also mostly plastic. Like his beard is plastic. Like why would you do that to him? Give him a real beard. It's nice to have a guy mermaid doll and then they make him mostly plastic and it's like, that's so sad. I do like Ariel's fins a lot though. Like I like that a lot. I really like her face. Oh, Clarabelle Cow, how I love you. I really like this Clarabelle Cow. Um, what was I saying? I can't even Remember this Ariel doll? These dolls have caused so much friction, guys. It's so funny. Like, people love her face. They were so afraid we get another Belle doll. Do you guys remember Belle? Disney Store Belle doll. I gotta show you this thing because I actually own this doll. I got her for $8. She was originally $55. This doll here. This doll, the absolute horror that this doll caused. What's more is that she doesn't have an actual full head. Her face is a mask, and the back of her head is just more hair piled into a ball. Terrible. The Justin Bieber Belle. I remember you showing us this Belle doll. Yeah, this doll is infamous for many reasons, but the worst of all of them is that it was so poor. It was such a horrible doll that it ended the Disney Store line of live action dolls. Like, since this one came out, they didn't create any more of their own live action version dolls until Ariel. So people were really hoping that the Ariel doll, Disney Store Ariel doll, they were really hoping that the doll that comes out with this movie was going to look good. But I actually think that the Mattel one, sorry about that pop, is much, much, much better. Wow, why is it so hard to find these? Here it is. So this is the Disney Store doll for the movie. And it's not bad. It's not ugly at all. At all. I gotta find a better version. Where'd it go? Here. So this is the doll. And she looks great. I think she's got a really pretty face. And it is a realistic looking doll, but you can see the hair is rooted. So the hair being rooted means that she's got a full head, which means you can customize her. And this is really cute. But look at her fin. Like, her fin is a cloth fin, and it's like a cloth, I guess this is the fin down here. Like, it's cloth top to bottom. It's fine, but compare it to the doll that's coming out from Mattel. Mattel has a... So compare it to, like, the fin on this doll. Which, I know this is plastic. I know I just complained about plastic. But that looks a lot better. And also, her face looks a lot better. It's crazy. I know this is so stupid to, like, be complaining about, but it's just so interesting. It's just interesting. My Instagram is mostly like dolls. It's comics and dolls. Oh, what's this? Oh, this is a new Mulan doll coming out. Very nice. Very nice. I like it. I like it a lot. Hold on. Cursed Prince. He does the Ariel stuff. Let's see. There's a collector's edition. Oh yeah, there's also these dolls. These are for the new Peter Pan movie that we hate. Because that movie looks like crud. And I feel really sad for these actor kids because I'm sure that they're going to be great in it. It looks terrible. That try discussing. Who hurt you, Belle? Anyway, I'm sorry. I'm just rambling about dolls again. Why do I do this? I like to collect these things. I think of them as figurines. Alright, before we go, we didn't show the Hobbit thing. Was it Flux who just showed? Yeah, Flux. So Flux, one of the things I found is incredible during my research. And the reason why we went through all this Disney Store stuff was because I was on this auction site here. And they were talking about, they're selling all of these old Disney Store figurines and maquettes. And I found out about this and wanted to see how much they were, because I was hoping they were only $100 so I could get this Clarabelle cow. And they're actually like tens of thousands of dollars. So of course I'm not getting them. But because I was on this site, I found the most amazing thing. I knew that J.R.R. Tolkien did not like Disney, and I found out the reason why was because Snow White came out the same year that The Hobbit was published, and they were separated by 4 months apart. Hobbit came first, and when Snow White came out, it changed the way people thought about dwarves. So in Tolkien's mind, when people read The Hobbit, they thought of the seven dwarves, and he hated that. He hated how these dwarves were. He hated how they acted, how stupid they were, the fact that they didn't even have real names. Everything about it just sucked. But Disney really wanted to do The Hobbit because The Hobbit, they were looking for fantasy novels to do. They sent him a treatment in the 30s, and he hated it. And then he sent him a treatment in the 70s, and he hated it so much that he blacklisted Disney. And it's even in his will that they're not allowed to let Disney make any of the films. I love dolls. Yeah, I do. I love dolls. So do I. But it's so weird to say that. I really like dolls. I like collecting them. I like having them. They're my little precious things. But anyway, I like posing them. It's crazy. But so Disney tried a second time to set a treatment to Tolkien, and I have a book of Tolkien's published letters. And in that book, he talks about how much he hated these things. He hated them so much that growing up, I used to wonder what these things looked like. And in the 1970s, Tolkien's American publishers went behind Tolkien's back to Disney and asked Disney to create a treatment to try to convince Tolkien to agree to let them make a movie out of The Hobbit. So they did. And that's when Tolkien's response was to blacklist Disney from ever making Hobbit film. They are blacklisted to this day. Tolkien was incredibly insulted by the sketches and made no attempt to hide his feelings. I found the sketches. I found them on that auction site, and these are the sketches that they sent to Tolkien. These are the Hobbits. This is the first group. Yeah. Second group. Oh, it's bad. Leprechaun, Hobbit. And then this is the group that has Bilbo specifically. And it says here, Bilbo Baggins, age around 50 years, enjoys the comfortable life, loves to eat, relax, and has a dislike for adventure. Flux, your reaction. Oh my gosh, your reaction is perfect. Oh my gosh. And then down here is the certificate of authenticity, where it says The Hobbit 1972. Yeah, it's gold. It's gold. It says these 8 original animation character drawings of hobbits were created by Disney artists in development of an animated film of J.R.R. Tolkien's The Hobbit, although the studio never acquired the film rights to the literary property. One is identified as a lead character, Bilbo Baggins. It says that part of this auction included a 5-page analysis of the story by animator Frank Thomas, dated 11/10/1972, and a 2-page study of hobbits and Bilbo Baggins by storyman Vance Gary, dated 10/20/1972. So all through the early 70s, they were putting this together, and this is what they sent Tolkien. These images are the artist's equivalent of fighting words. I feel offended on J.R. Tolkien's part. Oh my gosh. It's a challenge to a fight. It's so bad. No dwarf should be kicked. And look, he's wearing a necktie. Of all things, like they really cared, right? They just put him in a regular outfit. Oh my gosh. I cannot tell you. Looking at this is so weird because I've known about these for so long. and never ever thought I'd see them. You know, I thought that they'd be burned in a pile or thrown away, or Disney would have used them for something else and never admitted to having made these. But instead, they were sold at auction, and someone bought them for a measly $300. And I'm kind of glad they did, because I would have been really tempted to try to win these for that amount, and they're really not worth it. They're actually not worth $300. They're worth nothing. These are so bad. We're all hating on it earlier as well, the same way. I am actually sick right now, and Mark and Disney fight if they try to pull this. Imagine. When I showed these to my brother, the first thing he said was, "Thank God that Tolkien said no," because the way that Disney is in the cultural zeitgeist, if they had made The Hobbit, then this would be the way we think of hobbits. Like, this would just be what a hobbit is, because that's what you grow up thinking of hobbits as, because Disney made the film. And also, you think of The Hobbit as being a Disney property. Do fade the bow tie kind of guy. Bernie writes, "Burned as they should be." Oh my gosh! Like, I think this is the best of all of them, because he's at least wearing a waistcoat and he has a little watch. But look, he's wearing shoes. The person who drew this put him in shoes or socks, at least. He's got little tendrils down there. Like, didn't even know enough to not put the best looking one of the bunch with bare feet. I made a comment about that a second ago. The damages would have done in Modern Fantasy would have been nigh irreparable. Yes, I must have missed it. Imagine if this happened, if that was the face of a serious, super deeply fleshed out fantasy. Yes! Oh my gosh. I don't know, there's something about this one on the right. There's something about this one in particular. I feel like this character, I've seen it before anyway. I like how some of them have elf ears and some of them do not. Oh man. I mean, at least these ones, but look, imagine if this was Bilbo. This is a definite glare about a popular thing. Yeah, definitely. Oh, I guess this one, see, this one, whenever I look at this one, it looks like LeFou. Let me see if I can find. Hold on, I got, Beauty and the Beast, LeFou. Oh, where'd it go? So, like, there's something about this character. Hey, I think, look at that. See what I'm saying? I wonder if when they were making the LeFou character, they just went back into like the Disney archives and looked for anything that was short and to just find inspiration. Oh my goodness. My sister's calling me. 1 second. Hello? What? Yeah, I'm sorry. It's almost done. Don't worry. Thank you so much. I'll be there in just a minute, I promise. Thank you. Thank you so much. My sister's like, "Come with us as we look for the guy in the neighborhood to see what's going on." Yeah, same color. Yeah, like, doesn't that look just like it does? I don't know. I mean, I just cannot believe. Oh, 510 ringtone. Thank you. Yes, thank you. Absolute perfection. Thank you. My sister Bridget, she's such a big Zelda fan. Like, she's such a sweet person that I got together with my siblings and we all pitched in and we got her the new Nintendo Switch with the Zelda stuff on it today. Like, fortunately, I have a lot of siblings, so it made it really affordable. But we were like, she's not going to get it for herself. She would love to have it. And let's just do it and not tell her. So I will tell you guys her about her reaction when it comes next month, because I think she's going to flip out in the best way. It'll be great. It'll be so much fun. Oh, it's gonna be so much fun. She loves Zelda like so much. She loves to collect all the books and stuff. But getting a Switch, that's a pretty big deal. So she wasn't gonna get that. So that's why it'll be so much fun. And like I said, fortunately, when you come from a big family and you split gifts, it makes things slightly cheap. I know. My sister, she called and she was like, "I know you're on your stream, but can you come in?" So I gotta wrap it up. Hobbs, you should. It's on pre-order right now, and if you're gonna get one anyway, you gotta get the one with the gold Joy-Cons, because they're not gonna make gold Joy-Cons again. The only time they make gold anything is for Zelda. So, anyway, this was the canceled film art stream, and of course there was no art. It was just looking at stuff again, because you know how it is. Thank you guys so much for coming. I really appreciate it. It's so much fun to talk about this kind of stuff with you guys. Thanks guys. I will tell you all about her reaction. It'll be so much fun. It doesn't come until next month, so I will say hi to her. She has strep, and I'm sure she gave it to me. I can feel my voice is leaving, so I will tell her before my voice is completely gone. And I will get my wallpaper out, the spoiler wallpaper for March. And Nemo was the one that was picked, and I will also get the letters out this week. I'm sorry that they're so late. When we had the gas leak, I moved everything. I moved all the letter stuff, and I lost it. It was somewhere in the house. And I've been looking for it, and I said, you know what, I'll just get the comic update done. But then I found them, so I'll get the letters to everybody. I'm sorry everything's been so late. It's been crazy. It's just been such a crazy beginning of 2023. Oh, thank you so much, Rachel. Thank you. And thank you so much for coming. We will have another stream sometime later this month. I'll try to have one big stream a month. I really like that, especially near the end of the month, because it's kind of like my reward for getting through the month. So I'll say goodnight, everybody, and thank you so much for coming. It's always the best time. Good night, everybody.